Hey everyone, it's Darren Kwan from the Australian Esports Association. Welcome to this year's Esports Australia Summit. This is part of our webinar series that we've launched and we hope to continue well into 2021. As you know, this has been a challenging year for everybody. We've had a lot of different things going on, not only with the pandemic, but lockdowns as well. So esports has had its headwinds. We've definitely faced our trials and tribulations. We've seen some growth in other areas and we've seen some closures in other areas as well. It's one of those things where no one expected it, and I think we've come together as an industry and we can only be proud of ourselves for what we've achieved. Most importantly and excitingly, over the year, gaming has exploded. People are watching more content than ever. People are looking for tournaments more than ever. And so these opportunities for 2021 are really cool. There's so much that's going to happen and I'm so excited to be a part of this industry, and I'm so excited to have you tuning in and watching what we've got on for today. We have all these expert speakers joining some fantastic panel topics that we hope you'll learn from, might teach you something, and please do feel free to ask questions of our panelists. They're all here for you and they're offering their knowledge that they have for you to learn from as well. When I think about what we do here at the association, we're so fixed on trying to advocate for esports and build this industry and let everybody know about what we love and the passion we have for esports. And it's really about, for us, building a sustainable and healthy industry that we can all participate in, and that from players through to industry members, and when you think about TOs to the game publishers and all the other stakeholders involved, everybody is working together for a sustainable industry and they're all having a wonderful experience and it's healthy for everybody. So without further ado, I'm going to pass on to the first panel. I thank you all for joining us. It's an exciting time and we look forward to hearing from our panelists.
Welcome everyone. This is the first panel of Esports Australia Summit in 2020, which is titled Home Court Advantage, Making Oceanic Ecosystems Matter. I'm Dr. Emma Wachowski. I'm an esports games and games research and sociologist, senior lecturer of the games program at RMIT University, and I'm a board member of the Australian Esports Association. On behalf of myself and the Australian Esports Association, I'd like to acknowledge all the national owners of the land I stand. We respectfully recognise elders past and all the traditional owners of Australia. Our panel topic today extends beyond Australian borders as we ask what is happening in and around esports regionally and what is required around esports to develop across sectors, that's community, non-profit, commercial and government. We have about an hour to discuss that with our expert panelists. But before I introduce them on YouTube, just remember to start your question with the word question, and that way we can see you. And we'll look to bring those audience questions in during the last quarter of the panel. So today's panelists include Natalie Broom from Unisport Australia. Natalie is the lead on esports at Unisport, which successfully launched its first tournament in Australia this year, right in the middle of COVID. So well done to Natalie. We also have John McRae, who's the founder and CEO of Vader. He's also the VP of the New Zealand Esports Federation and the founder of Let's Play Live. And our last on-screen panel member is Jason Spiller, who is the Regional General Manager for Heaven Media. He's also an advisor to the London Spitfire and the owner of the esports organisation Direwolves. I also have to send apologies from Nicole Constantine from Empress Gaming, who will regrettably not be able to participate on today's panel due to personal reasons, but we wish her the best. But we do have a really solid range of experts here with us today, so let's just dive straight in. We have just passed the date where COVID-19 entered our collective lives. So let's throw it out to you, and I might start with you, Jason. How has your organisation stood strong on the back of COVID? And are you seeing some clearer issues now surrounding the essential needs for esports in Oceania?
So it's a really interesting point, and you can address this in multiple ways. But I think the most useful point of view for me to take for this question is that of a team owner. And the reality is we're very privileged in esports that vast parts of our revenue generation and therefore our ability to provide for our people and our players is actually fairly well protected. The COVID situation, if anything else, has just highlighted to me and certainly my team the digital and digital production is so critical, and we've seen massive successes both internationally and domestically around how production has been moved remotely, it has been continued safely. And securely, which has been, I think a real bonus. So, for us, I have the privilege of being able to say that, during COVID, we were able to, not only, maintain our level of growth, but actually, expand. We brought on between the agency side of the business with Arcanist and both the Direwolves side, we brought on roughly 36 new players. Which is no small feat, expanding well beyond League of Legends into some of the most popular esports today, in what has been a really interesting experience, but a really rewarding one, and also being able to expand our staff, that are on our team, and between the two organisations now we have about 25 support staff, whereas we came into the year with 3. So, look, I think it's highlighted more than ever before, where the revenue streams and where the sustainability and where the model is for esports around content and around, the increasingly globalized nature of esports and what that means to us. And so, look, ultimately, there are always issues that come with any kind of crisis like this. Obviously, there's concerns over player health. We had to make sure that all of our players are individually keeping healthy as they're isolated, both physically and mentally. There's some really, really important things to address around mental health when it comes to gaming, especially during periods of isolation. And while I firmly believe that gaming is one of the great ways to connect with people, it was important for us to keep checking in on our players and keep a collective sense of team unity, through our all hands and so forth. The one downside is that we can't travel. So it's harder to get teams together in person, of course. We were lucky enough to have, our core teams in team houses already in an isolated bubble, which was, very, very lucky coming into the crisis. But, it does limit our in-person content. It's very hard to send our videographers across countries. It's very hard to send photographers to get our producers into the right place. So there's always challenges, but, I feel on a whole, it highlighted where esports is and where its strengths lie, and that's really helped it come through this crisis, I think, relatively unscathed as compared to other industries.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Jason. Really important stuff on the mental health stuff as well. I hope we get back into that later. Maybe I'll throw it to you, Nat. How have you been going with Unisport?
Yeah, sure thing. Well, for everybody, this year has been an incredibly strange year across the board. I think that's probably the best way to describe it. More so, especially for us, a major part of our organisational delivery is events. We run around 13, 14 national championship competitions every year, and going from only being able to get 2 of those to happen before we all went into lockdown, to essentially cancelling our whole competition calendar. It's been a very interesting process for everyone, not just us, but also our member universities, of which we have 43. So we found very quickly that the university industry and our members and ourselves, we had to adapt. You had to change and find ways to still keep engaging with our members through any avenues that we can. So, we started delivering essentially as much online content as we could. Some simple things like we created a lockdown league that was administered through social media, just in ways to keep engaging with our student basis and our member basis across the country. But this year really for us has been the first year that we've delved in deeper into the world of esport, obviously with myself doing some research in that space and looking to develop our own strategy. And in terms of kind of the essential needs that we can see, or the issues that we can see in Oceania, I think we come from quite an innocent space, in that the learning curve for us this year has been really massive. You'll all know that the world of esport is incredibly intricate, but some of the clearer points for us is it's just such a web of intricacies. There are a lot of organizations who are all all seemingly aiming for the same outcomes. They want growth of the industry, they want sustainability within the industry, and they want, we all kind of want the same thing to make the industry develop and help that process. But for us, it's very unclear who are the major players, because at any one time you can have 3 or 4 different organizations claiming that they're the ones that you should be following and engaging with. So from our perspective this year, that lack of clarity, I think, is a big one for us. And one thing that we do know moving forward with our strategy development is we want to make sure that we are delivering the best, essentially the best competition experience for our students within the realms of esports, that's delivered with integrity, but is delivered consistently as well. And that's another thing that's been a reoccurring theme through engagement with our members, and through the research I've been doing is there is a lack of consistency over how competitions are managed, over what regulations are in place, and that for us is something that we are very strong in making sure we develop to support the growing model that we're looking to develop.
Thanks, Nat. And it's an increasing conversation we're hearing. We often hear from the professionals like Jason or John that have been in the business for a long time, but a lot of emerging folks like yourself having these issues. It's really important to hear about. Thanks. So, John, we'll throw over to you. Oh, we need your microphone on.
I should get that one right. overall, the industry's been incredibly resilient, but there have been their downsides for us. At the beginning of the year, we had a major tour planned for China. Obviously, that was one of the first markets to be hit and closed off. But like everything, you roll with the punches, and so necessity is the mother of invention most of the time. So we invested and developed our own in-house cloud-based system, which has been great because now, given that we can't travel, we can do productions remotely, and we can also access talent that we couldn't previously. And there's a much wider acceptance as well in terms of using people from different countries. Personally, I'd always favour to use production crew out of Australia, New Zealand, coming from the region, living in Sydney, but being a Kiwi. But we can also access talent in the US, the UK, Middle East. We're involved in productions in other markets. And similarly, I know that LPL and ESL are also doing that similarly. Regards to the industry, or with my New Zealand Esports Federation hat on, this year it was New Zealand officially recognised esports as sport, which was fantastic. The benefits of that primarily first were in terms of visa, tax, all those issues that we're always scratching our heads on, and every accountant lawyer has a different opinion on, and which was also complicated with working in an ANZ market and Trans-Tasman market. There's clarity around that. This also means that we can have meaningful discussion with stakeholders, whether it's council, schools, education, but it's still, there are some frustrations. Frustrations from an industry point of view that there are distortions in the market from a broadcast perspective. One of the great things about being able to do remote production is that you can access talent, but also means that talent and opportunities can move offshore. And being one of the more resilient industries during COVID, the show went on when the TV industry and the film industry were locked down. We still could and were using those people, but unfortunately there was distortions from the tax incentives that are created, which I think there needs to be a real conversation with, and obviously the organisations like IGEA leading that conversation around the video gaming side, but the esports side and broadcast side is just as important. And I think these are some of the issues, but like everything's been opportunities but downsides as well.
Great. Well, let's use that as a springboard then to our next conversation, because in sports term, what you're talking about, John, they call it brawn drain, like muscle drain. But really, we're seeing that happen with top-notch like player talent migrating, but also production crew, managers, commentators, coaches, and even game designers and digital media designers seeking more stable or higher level opportunities abroad. So a lot of your organisations have to balance that individually, but also thinking as the ecosystem. How do we sort of balance out each other for the right opportunities from grassroots to elite level? So perhaps we'll throw it over to you, Nat, because we've been discussing this. How do you as an organisation work through some of those challenges of getting it right locally, but also providing sort of that global pathway to elite for those who need it, but also thinking, well, what does it mean when we lose some of our top talent to bigger institutions abroad?
Yeah, sure. Look, it's a big question, a very big question, and I think we're quite lucky in the university sector, because the university sport pathway is already quite defined, and that that begins at inter-university level, club level on campus, and students getting involved in sport, right up to international participation and representation of the country internationally. So we have been working recently essentially very hard with a lot of the national sporting organisations in Australia. So if our universities or our member universities and their student teams come and compete at our national championships, in your mind, the logical progression from winning at a national championships would be that you would then get the opportunity to represent at the international level for that sport. But that's unfortunately not how the situation works at the moment. It is in a number of sports. So our competition is a pathway that's ingrained to World University Championships. So, for example, football, as in soccer, and cheerleading, the winners of our competition will progress to that international representation. Whereas the majority of sports, so you look at basketball, netball, hockey, and so forth, the national sporting organisation themselves retain the selection criteria on how they select those squads to send them away. So to try and build our pathway and really help the sports industry recognise how important university sport is to that industry and to student progression, we're working with the NSOs to say, look, come and recognise our competition. Let's be part of your pathway. So similarly with athletics and swimming now, our competitions form part of that selection process for the squads that go and compete internationally, which is great. So that helps us to build the requirements and not necessarily the needs, but the wants from the universities to be able to get their students to go and represent their university internationally on that level. So we want to be really ingrained into that pathway. In terms of retaining students in the country, we are looking at developing models where we can provide that elite or sub-elite level of competition. So one of the new competitions we'll be delivering next year is University Basketball League. And that's kind of tiered up, being that, very close to elite level competition that will help us to actually retain some of that basketball talent within the country, so that we're not losing all of those players to typically America and Spain. So we've got to be quite dynamic in the way that we respond to the pathway. But essentially, we want to find as many ways as we can to get our students and to get our members the opportunity to represent internationally.
Yeah, beautiful. Thanks, Nat. And really familiar problems, I guess, coming from sports into esports now. Jason, let's throw that over to you.
So it's a really interesting one. Look, and I suppose there's some opening remarks is, there are significant differences between sports and esport, right? And, esport is very, very globalized, in many ways. And there's some great reading to do around, why society has moved in the way it is and why the digital world is so connected. But esports is an expression of that digital world and of that progress and that globalization. So as a result, it works slightly differently. There is limitations around national competitions. Representing your nation to an esport player is honestly a secondary concern to something like playing for one of the major teams. So if you're a League of Legends player, you want to play on one of the big European teams. And that's, I think, to me, that's one of the beauties of esports, is that it is so borderless. It's so globalized. And my experience personally has been, one of great opportunity to travel, to learn, to experience other cultures and other people through esports. And I think that's something that we should really cherish and hold on to. So rounding it back to the question, I don't see it as a challenge. I see it as an opportunity. Right? Like when we're looking at our pro players, at no point will I ever feel bad about one of our players going from one of our Overwatch teams to the Overwatch League. I would consider that one of our highest successes. That means that locally we have managed to support and train a player, and that player has had the natural skill and ability and talent and drive to succeed, to then go and make that step up. You couple that with any of the other esports, whether it's League of Legends, right? League of Legends, sure, you want to go to Worlds and you want to represent one of your local teams, but ultimately you're doing that from a player's perspective to get noticed, so that you can go to the US, you can go to Europe, you can go to Korea or China, and that's quite exciting. So I think that's the opportunity. I think that's how the local pathway works, is that as we build a reputation as a minor region, and we are a minor region, we have to accept that, right? We have to accept that we are in a different stage of esport development than, say, North America or great parts of Asia or EMEA. And there are ways where we can begin to build on that, and that is through those international pathways. So think globally, act locally. That's the old mantra is very, very true here. So from a team perspective, that's where we have to look at it. I think mid to long term, there are opportunities to then bring that talent back. And from our perspective, a lot of the London Spitfire production is actually done out of Auckland now. which is really cool because I grew up in Auckland. It's my hometown, and it's my team's hometown. So of course we chose to base ourselves there. So there are opportunities to bring that back forth, back down to Australia and New Zealand, of course. And there are great examples of that internationally as well. If you look at Team Liquid, they had a great facility in North America. They've opened their new facility in Europe. They've gone back to one of their founders' hometowns in Utrecht, and that's been very, very exciting. There's been some great developments that have come as a part of that. I think Australia is well positioned to be a global stop in esports. There are a lot of real advantages to this region. First, we hit both the North American and the European time zones, depending on when we broadcast. We are a mid-distance flight from both of those, those places. And I think that in many esports now, and notably in Overwatch, League of Legends, and certainly the FGC fighting games, we have produced some incredible players, some incredible managers. You only have to look at the success of FastFair moving from the League of Legends scene here to North America, to Team Liquid. One of our great casters in terms of Spawn now moving over to Liquid as well. So I think that's the way we have to frame that, is that we are part of a global ecosystem. That ecosystem is not going to change, and so it's where we can get the wins and where we can provide those links and those pathways and those opportunities for growth for our teams, for our managers, for our people, and then as a mid and long-term goal, how do we then look to build infrastructure on bringing them home? And bringing the skills that they learn internationally back down here to continue to grow the next generation. And I think that's the link that we're all working on at the moment.
Yeah, thanks for that. And I think you're right. It's definitely the link we're working on, because I do still see this seesaw action happening. And again, it goes to sports that we've seen when players, and this goes to game designers as well, when players or designers leave to overseas, the trouble with coming home is not having that career trajectory still. There's still a cap on it. So how do we manage locally on providing a long-term fruitful career in this profession that they've built themselves up to locally? And are there other kinds of initiatives or systems that we need within Australia to make that happen? So this leads into the next question around, sustainability. What is sustainability for your slice of the esports industry? What initiatives do we need? John, you mentioned previously around tax, around visas, around, better mobility for players. What would have direct impact on your work for long-term viability for esports, for people to leave, but also come back? And I'll go to John first. Thanks. And your microphone, John.
Always talk too much.
Right.
I guess I come from a broadcast perspective. A key differentiator for our business and our approach over the last few years has been broadcast first rather than event first. And that has adjusted really well to the current environment. But as I said earlier, it's an unlevel playing field at the moment, and that we compete for the same talent from a production point of view that the film and TV industry do. And so do the video game industry. We're all using the same people, incredibly creative people in New Zealand and Australia, and there really is an export opportunity around this. But the reality is that we're paying 30% more than the film and TV industry. So when you look at countries like Canada, France, Malaysia with its esports blueprint, these are attractive markets to base yourself out of from an investment point of view, because investors are asking, where's the support? And being a new industry, we do need the support. And because we're also more resilient in times like COVID, and there's a lot, just referring back to the last conversation, it was about pathways. Well, the here and now is that there is no international travel. There is no international competitions. The reality of esports is that it's a region-based event with servers. There's no way around that. So, it's how can we support the industry right now that would be beneficial moving forward? And that's through conversations with tertiary providers, conversations with perhaps the apprenticeship program being opened up, and that JobKeeper and JobMaker support and similar programs being invested around the broadcast industry. I think it's a real optimist to think that another wave of COVID won't come through and a vaccine may not come, but the reality is that we can keep on producing broadcasts. And there's so many benefits to esports, and they should be encouraged. A little bit more.
Great. Natalie, do you have anything to throw in there around long-term viability from the Unisport perspective?
Yeah, I've got a couple of notes. I think from our perspective, one thing that is really important, and I think, John, you just touched on it there, is we don't just want to look at our strategy development from the perspective of people playing in competitions. It's not all about that for us. For us, it's about what we can do to deliver a program that also helps to develop the sustainability of the landscape. And by that, I mean work integrated learning programs, working with the university to get their students to actually work through also the broadcast, the design elements, all of the ancillary stuff around being part of a competition. How can we ingrain that into whatever competition structure we develop, so that we're not just producing good players, we're also producing people that can help build the industry. And that's really one of the key pillars of what we're looking at with our strategy development side of things. And other than that, I think I've mentioned these words a couple of times. It's just that clarity around consistency, like consistency of approach, and consistency around integrity matters, like some clear guidance as to how competitions should be delivered, and what are the major considerations around integrity and how that should apply to competitions, so that we can ensure that what we deliver supports what our members want to achieve, which is a safe environment for students to participate in, and the opportunity to represent their university in a competition that has value and is appreciated. It's the wrong word, but that has that kind of value to it.
Great, thanks for that. Jason, do you want to add anything before I move us on?
I think there is an interesting point, and but perhaps to expand upon what John was talking about earlier. There are international competitions. I think there is a path forward for that. Optimism around COVID is. I think there's certainly validity there. But once again, the joy of esports is it's not a contact sport. And so if you look at the recent League of Legends Worlds, it was held in China, and Legacy from Australia competed, flew over, obviously had to do the quarantine. It was a process. It was certainly a process, but the results were phenomenal with, what I can only describe as one of League's, greatest events. So I think that even in a world that is very uncertain in 2021, I think we'll see a lot of innovation and creativity from the esports industry around how we handle that and continue to host great events, globally. So that'll be pretty interesting. Talking about sustainability, really quickly, I think that the one point I really wanted to make clear in this piece is what's needed to make the industry sustainable. Is there are a variety of government measures, and the panel here have spoken very, very well on all of those things, from tax incentives right through to visas that that various entities have been working on. But one of the clear things is around setting an expectation of value in the industry. And what we see all too often is that people locally look at the international opportunity, again, because of that globalizing factor, and then begin to think and demand the sums of money and the support that international teams are getting, not realizing that there is a difference in what is a local addressable market. And so there are some conversations and some education to be had around players in the space and teams and entities around what the correct level of investment is and what you can deliver on, no matter what side of the equation you've been on. And I've been on both sides of the equation of that, as a team owner and as a marketing manager who's been obviously looking for entities to partner with. There is some real work to do there, and all too early, as with any industry in its early days. There's a bit of a Wild West nature to it. I think we're coming out of that factor, but certainly in years past we saw a lot of esports strip mining, from certain entities that have really done lasting damage, I think, to the sustainability that we're all as a team, as an industry now, I think, working to course correct. So there's work to do, but I think that's a really big part of it. There's an onus on us as an industry as well to work on that sustainability piece, as well as pushing a narrative around government intervention and support, and certainly other other ways of supporting a growth business, with investors and capex and whatnot. So yeah, I think that's just the point I'll probably end that one on.
Great, thanks. And hopefully panels like this can really stamp the need for a less volatile market locally, or sector locally, and what that long-term the sustainability would look like with some more systems in place. So I'm going to twist this. This is a very Australian question. Sorry. Just the other week, the Sports Integrity Commission were addressed on the Senate floor in Australia about esports governance. So let's imagine that you're there, all three of you, to address some of the key issues for your own organisation. What message do you send? What message do you send regarding the local needs surrounding improved integrity measures? And we all know this, it's an incredibly diverse sector, so you can take it any way you like. So let's perhaps throw it out to you, John, first. Integrity measures in esports in Australia and Oceania.
Well, I think it's really Oceania, and I guess there's the CER, and it would be nice to see the CER, have some more visibility in terms of harmonisation, in terms of integrity across both markets, in terms of, obviously there's the discussion around the match fixing that happened with Counter-Strike. To me, that means that the system's working. The New Zealand Esports Federation has been in discussions with ESIC, and it's a very unique market in that in other sports there's one body, and they're the common body who have the integrity units, and within esports you have a number of private organisations and different groups, and there is no one body that sort of oversees it all. A number of parties have their own agreements which have integrity standards. So if you can bet on it in the market, that means someone's licensing it where it's been scraped, and that means there should be an integrity component to it. I think it would be great to see the Victorian Police talk to the New Zealand Esports Federation, because we have players that compete in Australian competitions and vice versa. And this year, as a result of, and I saw a question come through before, so I may as well address it as part of this, in regards to when sport and esports became a sport in New Zealand, it became legal for the first time to bet. And so there was a lot of discussions with the TAB, what does this mean? And this was going to happen regardless of whether New Zealand Esports Federation was that organisation or not. But we were very, very clear on how do we address that, because we don't have these groups, they don't have to be a member. So how do you solve these things? So I think there needs to be participation between perhaps the EGA, which and the AESA and New Zealand Esports Association, probably the IGA as well, and ESIC, and how we can work together as a group to address these things. In some ways, there's some mechanisms. We all tend to shadow ban when there's cheating or poor sportsmanship, and that's another great thing with the high school programs that are in market, that gives the opportunity to teach kids, but there's no public awareness or joint campaigns to address these issues, along with a number of other issues like play-life balance and mental health. These are common issues the industry should be getting together on.
Great, thanks. Can we throw you over to you, Natalie? Microphone, Natalie, thank you.
Sorry, my turn. John, yeah, I think you made some real pertinent points there, and just, I mean, the only thing I guess I can echo is just that. I guess from us, in terms of an Australia-wide perspective, our engagement with sport typically lies with those sports that are recognised by Sport Australia. They're the ones that we focus our competition structures with. But that's not to say that we don't have growth beyond those walls for wider competitions. But there being a body within the country, within the region, that is the formally recognised body for esport, that is the regulator of esports, of integrity matters, and of policy matters, would be a really beneficial step forward for us in terms of who we would affiliate ourselves with. Obviously, in an ideal world, that would be great. In a practical world, coming to that point, given as we've heard, the number of organisations, I think, John, you just busted out maybe 5 or 6 different acronyms for other organisations there that all need to get together and talk. So whether that's actually a reality of something that can happen in the future, I think to be decided.
Jason, can we throw it to you?
I think the one really critical point that's been overlooked so far that I feel compelled to add is that, again, esport does differ from sport. There is no independent global body in the way that traditional sports work, not quite in the same function. And so you've got a critical partner in there that needs to be a part of the conversations. That's the publisher. Riot, Activision Blizzard, and EA and the rest, all have a view, and working with all of them, they take their responsibility very seriously. Each of them are dealing with it in their own way. There's a lot of work to do, but I think it's important to remember that is a factor and incorporate that into any kind of discussion around integrity, because integrity is a whole range of things now for esports, right? Like everybody's very hyper focused on match fixing, because of the recent Counter-Strike piece. But there's drug testing. There's other forms of individualized cheating. There's a whole host of elements around esports that are starting to come out of the woodwork and have been for a long time. They're not new. Match fixing in the Korean StarCraft scene has been around since the 90s. This is not a new phenomenon. It's just around how it's addressed and how that partnership moves forward, I think.
So go for it, John. Thanks.
Sorry, I guess I just want to clarify something for the audience. So the New Zealand Esports Federation and the Australian Esports Association are members of the International Esports Federation, which is based out of Korea. And some people like that, some people don't, but really that is the home of esports. And that group has 95 member countries who are recognised by the National Olympic Committees or the government or sports commissions in some way. And so there is a movement internationally to try and get some common ground. And I guess coming from the business side, I don't like the word regulation. I like the word self-regulation. But we need some common goals. And, ICF is a member of WADA. We've had New Zealand Esports Federations had discussions with Drug Free New Zealand. But the reality is some of those criteria that are appropriate for traditional sports and a requirement of the IOC are probably not so relevant for people who like to play competitively. So perhaps the WADA example is a good example. So ESIC, which was my understanding initially an initiative of ESL and now has many, many members. And of course, we're engaged with them as well. Their drug testing is focused on performance drugs. Some of the things in that might range from Ritalin through to, dare I say it, cocaine. Rather than some of the drugs that you would see on the wider list, which everything from marijuana through to, steroids and so forth. And so I think any initiatives need to be relevant to esports, not so much sports. And, I think there's, even within this group, there's a common desire to address these issues. And I think that can only come through dialogue and discussion and sitting around a table together.
Yeah, great. I couldn't agree more about knowledge sharing across industries and also across the experts inside of esports. That would be great to see, and across nations. I'm pulling in a question that's come from the live stream, and it's a really big one. What do we do about gambling and youth protections in esports? Because when we start talking about the the familiarity between sports and esports, I think we can look to a lot of the research around sports gambling and youth. And in Victoria, there have been large increases in gambling and gambling regulation, and when you can involve sponsorship for gambling and not, and how your own industry is starting to think about that. I know Natalie group is sort of the 18 plus age group, so it puts you on the sort of more legal end of it, but John and Jason, you might have to deal with it in a different way. Does anyone want to lead out?
No. I'm happy to. Obviously it's been a discussion point in New Zealand with the TAB onboarding gambling within New Zealand, and I think it's important for the audience to know that the TAB is a government organisation. The government has a monopoly on gambling in New Zealand. Prior to that, you can gamble here in Australia. Most of the companies take a book, and that's a personal choice, much like people bet on the NRL or they bet on the AFL. And there's education, and there's you have to be 18, and fundamentally it comes down to personal choice. Is it a gateway to gambling itself? Look, I don't believe that, and I sure as hell would rather see someone betting on someone playing esports or motor racing than something like horse racing. It's I'm vegan, so that's my personal circumstances, but I think it's there's another side to the whole gambling thing as well, and from an esports point of view, it's the engagement, and there is a direct correlation between viewership and the ability to bet on those products. And so, these issues need to be discussed in the open, and there needs to be protections put in place. And the flip side is, it's not easy getting sponsorship support for everything in the market. And some of the betting companies have been very supportive of esports, Betaway and Pinnacle and international markets. So I don't think it's something that should be shoved to the side. It just comes down to education and personal choice.
Jason, would you like to?
Well, yeah, I think the only thing that I'd add to that in terms of consideration is one thing that we have to be very cautious of and conscious of is the fact that esports, given its free and open nature, and given the fact that the consumer, or the audience that consumes it across the board, has such a wide demographic, including a younger demographic, we need to be hyper aware of how betting and gambling advertising hits young people, because it does. And there have been some excellent studies out of Britain about how at the moment there's a lack of awareness and concern around how that advertising hits younger people. Again, personal choice. Betting is a core part of sports. It has a place in esports. It's going to be there, no matter whether you like it or don't, no matter what your opinion is about it. But I do think that beyond sport as a really immersive digital medium in terms of esport, I think there's a higher level of responsibility that needs to be taken to ensure that the activity is safe and is only marketed and pushed towards the correct audience.
Great. Yep, go for it.
And I just want to add a little comment to that as well. Obviously, with any broadcasting, there's broadcasting standards and there's rules, and probably from an industry perspective, there needs to be more education around that as well. People who are streaming on Twitch are just as held to those standards as people who televise on TV. And so, perhaps some of those people benefit from those revenue opportunities, have a role to play in those discussions and education as well. It's an interesting market. Twitch, one thing might be legal in one country and you can broadcast it, and it won't be legal in another jurisdiction. So it's just the nature of the online world, and it's not just specific to esports. It's also, broadcasting's changed. OTT online. You see the G League on Twitch now as well. So it's a common issue across the digital space.
Yeah. Great, thanks. So I've got another question from the YouTube stream, and this one, it goes pretty much to Jason, but I'm sure everyone can chip in. Also you, of course, Natalie, because we're talking about Riot Oceania, really. With the recent closing of the OPL, the Oceanic Pro League, which is the League of Legends Australian-based top professional league, what do you think is next for Australian League of Legends competition? So I'll throw to you first, Jason.
Again, this is one where I actually think that this has been a positive step forward for Oceania, and let me maybe preface that with the Riot has done an incredible job when esports was really a marketing expense, and when it moved to a line item when it had to be profitable in every region in the world, there is, as with every business, really a discussion and a learning process around how that profitability works. And I think what Riot has found, and you've seen this in other regions, is that there are third-party models that work for minor regions and work very, very well. I direct you to some of the Southeast Asian tournaments, some of the activations in Latin America and some of the minor European regions. They've seen great success under a third-party model. And so I've seen obviously a commitment from Riot that there will be League of Legends in 2021. There's no doubt in my mind that it'll move to a model that looks something like that. And ultimately, the core thing is that there is still going to be League of Legends in this region. There's still going to be a way to compete. And one of the best things that came out of this is for players is that they no longer count towards import slots in North America. And so that's given a whole wide range of players that we've seen picked up in recent weeks as free agency went into effect. And I think that's been a great move. So incredibly tragic from a personnel point of view. Daniel Ringland and his team worked very, very hard for years in this. And so, I do, my heart goes out to them because it is, a really challenging time as with anything. But I have to believe and I have to look forward and say that, whatever comes in its wake will be a move in the right direction.
Natalie, any comments? You've been working with League of Legends briefly.
Sorted. Yeah, it's certainly. I agree, Jason. It's certainly sad from a personnel perspective. We've worked with the team at Riot, based out of Sydney, for the last 4 years for the delivery of University's Oceania competition. We are intending on trying to continue the delivery of that competition moving forward. So we're in touch with Riot head offices to see what can be put in place to ensure the continuity of that competition for our members. I mean, it's a fantastic competition for us, and we'd really hate to see it leave. So we're going to do what we can, and yeah, I guess watch the space, really.
Great, thanks. And John, any final thoughts on that?
Look, I think it was hugely disappointing for the industry, but the reality is, as Jason said, it was created from a marketing budget, and then they had to make that adjustment. And I know, working with the Riot team over the years, very high expectations from the player base and fans, and so they had to keep a high standard. It's a shame because the market is, it's really starting to kick along now, and there's been a long education process in the market in terms of educating potential brands, and as Jason's quite rightly pointed out, we're a very small market, with the size of Texas, Australia, New Zealand combined, but the benefit has been that there's more infrastructure, there's more people interested in esports. The production staff are amazing. I'm utilising some of them in production at the moment. These are some of the benefits that have come out. But at the end of the day, we're in a bit of a global financial crisis, and head counts. That's every business is looking at that. And if you've got the ability to do remote production, then the requirement to have a local office is not so important. And then the ability to utilise third-party providers, why not?
Yeah, great. Thanks for that. And to John, Jason, and Natalie, thank you so much for your time today. We're going to have to wrap up now and get ready for our next session on esports meets media sports, which is professional sports, which is the next session with Shamila Gopalan, Rob O'Gorman, Simon Fiegel, and Sean Callanan. So please stick around or tune in a couple of minutes. And again, thanks to our fabulous panel today. Thank you.
All right.
Thanks for having us.
Hello.
Welcome everybody.
The red light's going
on.
We're
working.
My
My
name is
Sean
Callanan.
You might know me from Geek, Play Media, and I'm also owner of an esports team called Gravitas. Here to talk Operation Esports. First of all, I want to start by introducing my panelists. And I don't know what order everyone is in, so I'm going to go around what it looks like right in front of me in Skype. First of all, I'm going to introduce Shamila Gopalan. She is the co-founder and CEO of Herwit. Rob O'Gorman, executive producer of events at Australian Open Media. And Simon Feigl, who is a team owner and driver with Logitech G Altus Esports. What we are looking to do here is talk all things esports and sports, how they are working together and how they helped each other out during the lockdown. So I guess first things to discuss, and I want to go to you, Rob. A lot of the things that have been discussed around COVID is that it's been the digital transformation officer of 2020. It's accelerated a lot of things for a lot of people. How did COVID accelerate Tennis Australia's plans in the esports space?
Yeah, thanks, Sean. Hey, everyone. Thanks for having us along. Yeah, definitely. It just provided an opportunity for us, Sean, and our overall sort of gaming strategy has evolved over a number of years and more focused, especially on our DNA, which has been sort of the event side of things and, hosting Summer Smash and building that property and putting out sort of AO Tennis as a console and video game. And I suppose in the absence of, tennis itself globally with events, putting on a halt earlier this year, then we put out AO Tennis 2 as a console game, sort of the second one in January. And it definitely did it. We didn't envisage longer term. We were certainly, working towards, probably a future title being a really esports based product, but it enabled us to probably accelerate that and utilize our tennis game and run a whole multi-month competitive gaming event utilizing tennis stars right across the country that weren't playing on the court itself, and it really provided our channels with a great broadcasting content opportunity in a period where obviously the real sport itself wasn't in action, and there were the whole tennis community. I think esport hasn't really been, a physical thing for the sport, and then there were other events like Madrid and the ATP that ran there. They moved their whole tournament to a virtual open and was really successful there. And there was a Nintendo event with some stars using Mario Tennis. So I think it was just exciting that the whole industry was sort of getting behind it, and we sort of wanted to harness and create and demonstrate that the tennis can move towards a competitive gaming pursuit longer term and just experiment.
And was it a combination of getting your players, the actual tennis players, engaged as well as tennis fans and gamers overall as part of AO Tennis 2?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we, the aspiration was, hey, let's get as many of the global players involved with our game, with the time zones. The speed at which we were all working was hugely challenging. So we had everyone had big aspirations when COVID kicked off. There's that opportunity to do anything, which is great. But I think where we landed was still really strong in that we actually engaged, as you said, Sean, a group of our athletes that were really au fait with gaming as part of their lives. And I think that actually made for a better broadcast because they had experience, on PlayStation or Xbox and with the game itself, and they're competitive by nature. So it was, we trialed with some of the older athletes, and I was just trying to get the connectivity, trying to get going. So I think it really showed that the momentum in the future is the next crop of athletes will be even more potentially engaged with the esports itself. I think longer term in terms of traditional sport.
Yeah, and definitely most of the athletes in that younger generation are gamers. Like they've grown up and it's the way they pass their time. So it's a natural progression. But I think differently, Simon, I want to talk to you about the world of motorsport because it's vastly different to tennis with a game that is mimicking its game. With sim racing, it's the closest thing to the real thing. What were some of the things that motorsport and I guess motorsport did during COVID that really threw a lifeline to the world of motorsport?
Well, I mean, yeah, really particularly it was providing an avenue to I mean, a big part of motorsport is its commercial side of it. It's for teams to have commercial partners that they can provide a product and a service that they can output. But then once motorsport stopped globally for a period of time, for about sort of 3 or 4 months, there was a real void there. But there was still, the cost of running a racing team still continued. And obviously in terms of sponsors, they were wondering where they were going to get their avenue from. So really, esport filled that void massively. In the case of probably had more direct involvement was with the Supercars E-Series, which was absolutely enormous this year. That was, certainly across KO and the commitments to Foxtel that Supercars had, but then also for the teams and their commitments that they had to their commercial partners to give an entertaining product, take it out to market, put all their stars. They actually had every single one of the drivers that would normally be racing in the field were in the E-Series as well. And it was massive. It was the number one thing on television for a few weeks on end. So it was really, really important to provide the commercial avenue and provide an entertaining thing. And I think even for the community, just to give a bit of hope, give some a bit of enjoyment, so quickly after going into lockdown. Because that was the other part, is the speed to action and to get something up and running. Like that was, everyone's like, oh, how are we going to do this? How are we going to do this? And, there was some other examples like not the Melbourne Grand Prix. That kicked off within 48 hours of the race or getting cancelled. I happened to be at the racetrack for another event, it was really bizarre walking in that day and then everything kind of getting shut down. But pretty much straight away, I was getting contacts about how we can get some of these Formula One drivers into simulators in Melbourne and that kind of thing. So it was a frantic time. I wasn't really, the organisers of that. That was actually done more overseas in the US and Europe, but at least on the ground here in Melbourne, given we had a lot of the F1 stars, certainly got involved there.
So has there been a bump for sim racing and esports overall? More people looking at. We've got a question there. What does it? We can see a rig in the background there. What does a rig set people back? Are people trying to set up their own home setups to potentially be a driver in the E-Series in the future?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's sim racing setups can start as little as $500, with a Logitech setup attached to a desk, and away you go pretty well with a computer or a console. Anyway, up to a pro sort of high level, it's mimicking more motorsport, which is well over $10,000, for instance. So there's quite that's one of the challenges that motorsport or sim racing has as an esport is. Certainly at the top end of town, it is can be quite costly to get involved in, but you don't necessarily need it. And certainly a lot of the pros really got involved, not just in, say, Supercars commitments, but in other avenues. Like in my racing team, Esports Esports, Oscar Piastri, who's the next big star into Formula One. He actually just last night was signed into Formula 2 he's an Australian driver. He's part of our team. And we also have another real world driver that's in our team. It's in Formula 3 next year as well. So there's a lot of synergies with motorsport and esport. There's you mentioned before about that the generation that sort of grew up with gaming, grew up across Gran Turismo, the F1 games and those kinds of things. When they weren't doing karting and they weren't out there racing and developing their real world craft, they were out playing games, doing racing as well. So that's why you got Lando Norris and Max Verstappen, some of the best F1 drivers now, and they're absolute avid gamers. They just absolutely love it.
And you think it lended more credibility to that jumping out of the sim racing into a real car, like we've seen NASCAR do it in taking people out of the sim. We've seen Formula E and the like. You think it's going to be a driver identification path that potentially is cheaper than traditional motorsport, whether it starts at go-karting or trying to work your way through? Do you think we'll see more people jumping from the sim setup into real racing?
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing it today. We've actually been seeing it for a while now. It started off with there was an initial program called GT Academy, which Darren Cox and Nissan and Sony started. I was fortunate to be part of that in 2015 with that program, and went and represented Australia in that. And we had an Australian take the title and got a year driving in Europe with the Nissan team. But it sort of extended beyond that into other programs, World's Fastest Gamer. And there's always, it's certainly an avenue for development, avenue for growth, but it doesn't replace the real world side, but it certainly does augment it. And as a crossover in terms of cost, it's significantly lower. But having said that, eSport as a sim racing series it stands up in its own right. One of the differences that it has against real world motorsport, obviously you take the fear factor and stuff like that away, people can maybe go for some more ambitious moves and things like that. But also because of the low barrier to entry, relatively speaking, it does mean that, you know, rather than having a field of maybe 20 people that can afford to go racing, and then what's the skill, you know, disparity within the grid, you know, you've got literally thousands of people all going for it and all trying to get into a world championship or trying to get into those series. So you end up having maybe 50 cars that are all split by 0.4 of a second rather than, you know, 20 cars split by 2.5 seconds. So it does mean that the actual racing, the closeness is a lot closer in racing esports than perhaps in motorsport. But yeah, so it does have its own strengths and collaborations with real world motorsport. So yeah, we have to work out how to leverage our big brother in motorsport, which has obviously been doing this for a long time and is its own commercial entity, and how we integrate. That's probably one of the biggest challenges we all face.
So during the lockdown, Shamila, you know, sports stopped, and so a lot of marketers and agencies and brands, you know, like Rob was doing, were pivoting and looking for other opportunities and content. Like what when brands are looking at gamers and gamer profiles and people watching esports, their conception, their potentially misconception, and I'd like to ask you is that it's all young males 18 to 24 and that's who's gaming. I'd like you to explain how that is a misconception, because it's not just guys and boys that are playing games.
No, absolutely not, Sean. Thank you for the question. I think though that is a misconception, I think the reality, there is some truth to the reality when it comes to the professional esports scene, right? So yep. My take is going to be, well, first and foremost, I think it's not just young people. I think there's a new Digital Australia survey that came out and showed 34-year-olds actually make up one of the largest segments of gamers around. So that's moving into the millennial as well as Gen Ys, right? Or Gen X's as well. But I think looking at from a gender perspective, half of the gamers are actually women. The same survey actually showed 40% of gamers are female, right? However, I think one of the few things that happen, or one of the few reasons why you don't actually see this at the forefront of gaming is where, you know, esports is perceived as dominated by men, is because, well, one is that's who shows up most often, right? That's the honest truth. And the reason for that is let's create a scenario. If you're a young girl who really loves esports and you see only boys playing, or the majority of boys playing, it makes you feel that you don't belong. And this is also seen in many other areas, in management as well as members of esports. So, you know, people gravitate towards careers or communities based on social influence and the media. So many studies have been shown where the impact of same gender role models have a big impact on children and young people. It's, you know, it's shown in the STEM fields. It's the same with esports. So women therefore don't really see a career in esports as an option in itself. And I think, you know, the lack of role models with whom women can identify. And of course, there's this huge discussion as well as I would say that's a problematic area of sexism and harassment, right? So, I mean, I'm not saying the whole gaming scene is such, but I haven't met a female gamer or esports athlete who hasn't reported sexist incidents of harassment or discrimination, right? So that deters them from playing the sport, and let alone seeking a job in the industry. There's a lot of times, you know, multiplayer gamers who reveal their gender over chats or microphones when they talk to other players. It leads to toxic interactions. Now, the sexism bit is there's a lot of fear that women are judged not on their performance, but according to their gender. If a woman or a young girl does badly in a game, sometimes it quickly means she's played badly because she's a woman. Of course, this is sometimes something to do with, you know, gender-specific socialization, conscious, unconscious biases that transmit to this stereotypical role patterns, right? Which leads me to my third reason around this gender role. And the reason, obviously, let me just give some context into why I'm talking about the gender disparities, because my work with Harvard is mainly working with women. And to, one of the areas is definitely esports as well. So I think that the gender-specific socialization in itself, there's a lot of constructed gender roles in society where video games is not seen as a female type game. So I think that itself leads to, how women pick up on professional gaming. And, with all of that, women are perceived as not a target group for the gaming industry. So games are not designed for intersectionality. It's very male dominated in mind when games are designed. And this is also, the problem with not having more developers, more designers, more women in leadership that can actually lead this. This is not just a problem in esports. This is a problem across all sectors. So, which we're not going to go into, but it seeps into esports as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think the point there is quite valid, especially in the world of traditional sport. We've seen Australian rules in this, in Australia going to women at the AFLW, and it's now, young girls seeing that as an opportunity when for many, many years they didn't. I think the other part of women in gaming is the different games and also the community focus that is around gaming. Yes. There is the bad parts of toxicity and poor behaviour, and unfortunately that happens in esports, but also happens in cricket clubs and it happens in football clubs. So it's a society thing. But I also think there's some really unique parts in gaming where Discord and the communities that can develop and that can be quite supportive. I mean, if back in the olden days when we used to go to events, if you went to a PAX, the skew wasn't heavily male. There was a lot of female attendance there, expressing their both their opinion and their personality and showing their love for games. And I think there will be more and more games, either tournament organisers developing things specifically for women, but then also there will be games. And I think as mobile esports and mobile gaming grows, we'll see more of it. So I think there's a lot of grassroots of different mobile games with groups of friends that are challenging one another. That's happening. It's happening more in Asia, but not so much here yet. That women will come to the fore in that space.
Absolutely. I think if you go back to motorsport racing, for example, the W Series, which is an all-female motorsport championship, us hosting the esports league, right? In Australia, you see more women esports teams going through to live tournaments like the Melbourne Esports Open, the Intel Extreme Masters. Globally, you see all-female teams like Dignitas Fae and CLG Red. You have female gamers coming up like Lee, as well as, Sion, who is the only female player in Overwatch League. So I think there are more female players, female teams that are coming out quite strongly in female tournaments, but I think there's a lot more that needs to be done in that sector. And I think the fundamental underlying support definitely needs to come from associations. So different associations, the clubs itself have to come in and start to support that as a whole. And I think also, gender competence in journalism to make. You have to be able to, report on esports from a more targeted standpoint of view, right? Not just as a male-dominated standpoint of view, and kind of aggregate it and break it up by gender. I think we all want to work towards a more co-ed environment, but it needs to be in a way where it is a safe space and a space where young women can see other women already present and leading the way. So you have, Global Gaming for Women, Women in Games, Funk, which is a resource group for women in gaming, all coming up. But that's in a large scale of things, when 50% of the gamers are women, we need to see more of that.
Yep, but I think for there is a lot of when you're looking at the top streamers, especially in Australia. Many of them are females and they're playing all the different games and they're engaging with their audience in that content creator space. So it's that balance that's currently happening in, gaming, streaming, esports, where do they all fit? I wanted to move on. Like COVID, esports and gaming has taken the spotlight over the past 6 to 8 months, but touch wood, hopefully this desk is made of wood. Things keep returning to normal here in Melbourne. Rob, you're obviously with the Australian Open, and we're hopeful that everything happens there and we're able to go and see some matches. What's going to be the impact of 2021 when on this innovation that's happened, either in tennis and in motorsport? Where do you think esports is going to fit, and how's it going to fit in the mix for traditional sports when, I guess, COVID normal, if I'm quoting Dan, and COVID normal returns? Where is it going to fit? Is it going to be a new fan engagement piece? Rob, like for you, obviously with AO Tennis and potentially Summer Smash in the future?
Yeah, I think this year's Sean has shown the opportunity. I think the intent, and certainly from our side I can speak, is that the physical events continue in as much and as ever present as possible. Naturally, I think that any sport industry coming out, and even the events industry going back to physical events, gradually, we won't have, for the Australian Open, for instance, the same level of activity, because there'll be obviously just caps on people on site, and as we graduate to more a larger number of crowds overall. But I think that said, it's demonstrated this year that the online events I think will continue in a really strong, and if not more present way. So I think that continuity will, and it's demonstrated for brands, for events, for businesses, that the content and the broadcast in this space, no matter what sport, no matter what game, is that it's a really great way to engage an audience. Ultimately, it brings together, characters, competition, storylines. So I just think it's broadened the awareness around esports as a vehicle to create content, to create events. That said, yes, competitively, it will be up against, from an investment perspective, like anything, the scrutiny on any sort of investment is really difficult coming out of COVID. That's just, I think, going to be across the board. From our perspective, Summer Smash is something that we're really positive about, and certainly looking to continue it in some form, even potentially in 21. So we haven't ruled that out. We think it's a vehicle, and I think longer term, getting back to that physical event is really critical, because I think that helps overall what we'll talk about, I'm sure, at some point, just around the whole gaming vehicle and that balance of getting out to events themselves as well, and not being online all the time. So I think it's a really healthy balance, but I think brands themselves are far more cognizant of the benefits and the value. Yeah, it might take a little bit more time, but I think longer term, Sean, that the positivity it'll actually accelerate the overall industry growth, I think.
Simon, the same in the motorsport space. Do you think, as races return, and again, hopefully the F1 comes back to Melbourne, despite recent reports with Lewis Hamilton testing positive, and whether their bubble methods are currently working, where do you think esports overall is going to fit in the motorsport calendar, going forward?
Yeah, look, I think we've got some interesting times ahead, that's for sure. I think motorsport in general does, particularly given how Europe has been hit so hard, and that's a lifeblood of a lot of motorsport, as is the States. So I think next year is going to be just as challenging probably for them as this year has really been. Whilst have been able to sort of get back to going racing, the situation hasn't really improved. So I think there's still some question marks on how the motorsport calendar will actually operate next year. But I think esports is absolutely here to stay. It's shown what this has really shown is what it can do and what it can deliver. I think the aspect of if we just look at the esports maybe away from the all-stars getting involved, or the real world drives getting involved, we really need to elevate the esport drivers, esport competitors, and put them in their own light and create personalities, and then that as an esport, as its own separate stream, can really begin to grow and thrive as well. Ideally alongside motorsport, it shouldn't be as a replacement into motorsport, but definitely as something to supplement it. But yeah, there's a lot of crossover. You're talking. There was a question actually about motorsport being dangerous and people getting involved into real world racing. Sim racing because of that. And just the most poignant example was there was a big crash on Sunday with Romain Grosjean, who was very lucky to live. It was a really horrific accident, but he himself actually has a Romain Grosjean esports team, and I'm sure he's absolutely going to be involved in that and continuing to press on with that as he will in his real world career. But there's a lot of crossover, absolutely, and the upstream side of it is sim racers getting involved in motorsport activities. So we haven't talked about it yet, but there's certainly a lot of the sim racers are actually getting involved as simulator drivers or as simulator engineers with real world teams for their real world testing and optimization of their motorsport programs. And that in itself is quite fascinating, quite interesting too.
The other thing there that you both sort of touched on was the opportunity of streaming. And, we're looking at, hey, we're producing content and doing it on our channels to engage our fans, but just getting into and understanding new platforms like Twitch, which are largely foreign to the world of sports. And I actually think, Shamila, this is a way that's esports and gaming can sort of break through that diversity and inclusion barrier because, one, Twitch is wanting to get back into sports, going back to its original roots. For those of you who don't know, Twitch started as Justin TV and was streaming sports illegally and nearly went under, and 3% of its content was gaming, and that's what they concentrated on. But we've seen in the last 6 months, they've actually started acquiring rights to the world of sports. They've done a deal with Arsenal, Paris Saint-Germain and the like to get them to do Twitch and to say, hey, you've got a Twitch channel. But it's really, but they're still, it's a bit like an awkward baby giraffe. Like they don't know how to use the platform yet. But one of the things, the NBL that did Twitch streaming last year, and they put their product on. They didn't have gaming; they just put their product on. Was co-streaming. So I think, Shamila, this is where up and coming streamers of any gender can co-stream any sport of any kind, and it will potentially transform like what sport coverage might look like, how the platform gets used, and it's really an audience attractor. Do you think there's a real opportunity there to get more streamers involved and different voices involved in sports coverage by a platform by Twitch?
Definitely. I mean, this is not just going to a gender perspective, but an intersectional perspective, right? So, from a race, from ethnicity, from a ability, all of those perspectives, I think bringing in those elements of traditional content as well as, gaming content, it makes it a more inclusive platform. But then let us also remember that this is a little bit of a systemic problem. I mean, just bringing in multivariant content is not going to change habits and biases that are already present, right? So I think there still needs to be a lot more of an educational process that needs to happen from the grassroots level. I think organizations, associations must be quite strong in their message and in their voice to equalize diversity and inclusion. And not wait for, players themselves or specific female teams or female tournaments to drive this as they do in different sectors. I think the esports gaming industry can actually be at the forefront of this because of the audience that they serve, which is the younger generation, who are a lot more savvy about, intersectional issues, as well as a lot more proactive in this area. I mean, if you see the people who went out and protested against Black Lives Matters and all those, from a climate change perspective, it is this group of people. So I think the platforms are making a huge advancement and investment in these areas in order to attract them, not as the primary source of why they do it, but we all as a community have to play a part in it.
So, Rob, as a TV media production piece, how do you take the product that we traditionally know that gets broadcast in this way, either it's on a device or on Channel 9, and this is how we consume a sport like tennis? How do you tackle that challenge of what would it look like if we put it on another platform like Twitch, and there was a little, there was a cutout of someone dancing and cheering and doing their own commentary? How do you tackle it from a media production point of view?
Yeah, I think from our side, the most exciting part is actually seeing through the Summer Smash and through watching other esports broadcasts, actually learning how they're talking to that audience and actually adopting some of the and still have been over 2 years, sort of the casters that we had involved in our event. They're some of the best TV talent I say than I've ever seen in terms of being able to present broadcasts for very long periods of time. So I think the capacity and potential, Sean, is around even utilising some of that talent and incorporating them, providing their version, as you said, to sort of co-stream or provide a different take-out content and get them to reinterpret across these new platforms, again, whilst working within, the legacy agreements and rights that are really cornerstone to the major events that we run. But I think over time, there's so many opportunities. Obviously, we've invested a lot in behind-the-scenes content, off-court practice and having cameras right across the precinct. So there's a lot of shoulder content that we can really make available and still provide more choice for the viewer to engage with the caster. And I think just bring to life, give them some of the tools and work with them to present just a more engaging maybe view of our events. And continually experiment to ensure that we're not just, you're right, serving up the traditional. They'll always have the, broadcast innovation. But I think with the likes of, immersive technologies, AR and VR headsets, the convergence of all that is certainly going to land us to a point of a very different viewing experience in 3 to 4 years' time, because that's, again, all the a younger demographic are so used to in the way they consume sport, the way they consume esports, and just the way they consume content. So I think it's a really exciting time to see how that evolves. But I think it's almost our sport and our events learning from how they currently consume and try to pick out the best bits and merge the different worlds.
Well, it's a strange one, like, tennis doing work with Fortnite and running an event. Like, we're not far away from, hey, is the men's final going to be played inside Fortnite? In the same way that people are tuning into a Travis Scott concert and watching it that way. It's another platform that, by rights didn't exist 5 years ago. People who do media rights deals and those kind of things are in a tough spot because they've got to figure out what these new platforms, where they fit with all the pieces. But it becomes an opportunity to I guess, engage that audience.
It's a huge opportunity. And I think that's where, when we talk about esports, it needs to be broader. It needs to be about gaming platforms. It needs to be about what's coming down the line, as you said, with cloud gaming and these types of platforms that will revolutionise the gaming industry as a broader stroke. Because you're right, these platforms are broadening beyond what their core was in terms of just providing an interactive gaming experience. It's a viewing experience, and they're spending lots more time on there. So as we're equally cognizant of that growth and innovation in those platforms and identifying where, again, outside of maybe the main matches that we serve, where are the opportunities that we can populate and partner with the likes of Epic and beyond, of what are they trialling around. You're right, content in this type of system didn't exist a number of years ago, and no doubt in a few years there'll be other types of experiences. But I think you're right, there are, we run exhibition tennis events. We run over many other concepts over and above the matches themselves. So I think really trying to provide and think about where we can broadcast, particular, and do it in a different way that's probably going to be different than what we've traditionally thought about, is that we can introduce and show that it's possible. And over time, you're right, the rights discussions will evolve, and there'll be parts and pockets of the regions and broadcasters and these platforms will continually evolve. But it is more broader than just esports, because I think then esports is potentially just a content stream that fits within a lot of these channels and platforms.
Definitely. Question from the chat for Shamila. Any interesting brands or partnerships you've seen as more women have gained a platform in esports?
Absolutely. I think on a global platform, if you look at, there's been a few actually. Bumble, which is the dating app, they formed a partnership with Gen G to create Team Bumble, an all-female sports esports team that competes in Fortnite. You also see a lot of beauty brands as well as fashion brands. So Benefit, where they created this whole series called the Game Face, which it's a series of beauty routine videos with women who are popular streamers and players. One of the biggest ones that have come out recently is obviously Louis Vuitton, who has, obviously it's a fashion powerhouse. No one would ever think a luxury brand would want to come into esports, where they've designed, a case for League of Legends World Championships, introduced capsule clothing. They've even done digital, for example, a 47-piece real world clothing line that sold out within an hour. So, I mean, you can see a lot more brands coming in wanting to not just target the esports community as a whole, but have also started showing representation to women in esports, and that's going to go even further, right? So you even have someone like Lenovo who actually started has a silver snipers. I don't know if they're still around, but it's the first professional Counter-Strike global offensive team made up of senior citizens, and the oldest person is 77 years old. So that itself is intersectionality at play. So definitely, because they do see the power of these kinds of partnerships in reaching an audience in a place where they usually wouldn't be able to and are limited to, like broadcast.
Yeah, definitely. And Nicole Constantine also launched Empress Gaming. They had a female-only Valorant tournament just last week for a new title. It was really great to see both the community, all the streamers get behind it. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how that develops. Last thing that I wanted to, ask, and a lot of the questions I've had as a sports geek when sports are looking to enter into, you've tackled a little bit, Rob. It's really hard sometimes for sports to figure out how they get into the gaming esports space when they don't have a big title that has an effective player base. The ones that are sports adjacent, obviously the motorsports, and then FIFA and 2K. How do you go about selling sports? And you've gone and done this, Rob. How do you go selling sports to when you don't have the title that has the player base to say we're going to go into the esports space?
Yeah, I guess in our space, it certainly took a long time just to continually demonstrate the power and potential, and it's an ongoing discussion. I guess in our space, we had an opportunity to build a title, and that's what we're going after. That was really the goal, and because I think the future is that with the audience coming through is that it can only contribute to the growth of the overall sport. So I think that's what we've come back to, and the investment we made in again beyond esports was really about the game to a mobile audience both, and then obviously to a console, and really harness that, introduce the sport to again a new audience. And I know for a fact, having been a part of the development over the years, that younger players are learning our sport, learning how to they play for the first time. We've seen it in the past, and they're learning how to score. They're learning how to play and experience. So it's a touch point to our sport, and it's an introduction that is really critical to participation in our sport longer term. So we very much think because of the consumption that the new audiences are playing, is that it's really contributing to a long-term strategy of keeping us relevant to that growing audience. So that's our goal. We've maybe been in a fortunate position where we can try to really push hard and create a title or stimulate the market to create a really compelling tennis game. And I think in the future we're committed to continually growing that, and the benefits beyond that is esports products, more events that are part of our Australian Open, obviously with other games and esports games that are traditionally played in esports, but the future is also that tennis can become that as well, because I think that can only happen over time. But it's just continually demonstrating great examples like all the panelists have spoken about today, and other sports, motorsport, that of how strong and successful they've been, and just trying to find our path, and not try to insert something that's not going to work for an audience that are really just don't try to shoehorn something in. It's really trying to find our place, which is we started with the game. There's no tennis game in over 5-7 years, so we sort of went after that, and then also the event side of things is integrated to the Australian Open when we had a free stadium in the second week.
Yeah, I mean, it's really about finding a game that fits your audience, not the other way around. Just before we wrap up, I did want to mention, and something you mentioned before we got started, is the Parliamentary Friends of Video Games, part of that longer-term strategy of getting government involved. They've got a launch event tonight. You want to quickly talk about it, because AO Tennis 2 is part of that?
Yeah, there's an event in Canberra today, sort of run by the sort of Gaming Association and Ross Simons, who we work with Big Ant Studios. I think credit to them to get to this point of really being visibly in front of key decision makers in Canberra about the video game industry and the future investment and how critical it is and how valuable it can be longer term on driving growth sector for the country, to be honest. I think and that's going to impact everyone across the association and across gaming generally and domestically. So yeah, they're going to settle some scores playing AO Tennis 2, some of the MPs up there. So hopefully we see some good content out of there, and they can pick up and play virtually as whichever player they choose, and can battle it out on the AO Tennis 2 centre court. And longer term, we see that continually present, is that the whole industry gets more and more support from the government, which I think we're really supportive of.
Terrific. Well, I actually look forward to, even though we're all in Melbourne, we are not together, but I look forward to maybe we'll all team up for a doubles match playing AO Tennis 2. Rob, at some point in the future, please in the chat say thank you to my panelists, Shamilia, Simon, and Rob. Our links, if they've done it, our links should be in the chat there somewhere. So please reach out to any of us on LinkedIn or Twitter or whatever platforms they've put in the chat. Thanks again. Like I said, look forward to catching up in real life and talking more esports. And I think we are going to throw back to the group to wrap things up. But thank you for your time, guys.
Thanks, Sean.
Thanks a lot, Sean.
Thank you very much.
Hello everyone. It's Darren with panel number three. If anyone who doesn't know who I am, am the president and founder of the Australian Esports Association. I also run a esports league called the Australian Esports League. I've been a passionate gamer and esports participant for most of my life, and I couldn't love that we're doing this more. And I couldn't be happier with these panelists. These are incredible people I've met from all over the country who are doing really, really great things in their local communities. And when we talk about panel number three, grassroots esports and placemaking, I like to sum it right down to really simply thinking about how do we make esports impactful in your neighborhood, and what does esports mean to your neighborhood? And so that's kind of what we're going to be talking about today. And so I'm joined by the wonderful Amanda Stevenson, who is the Community Development Officer for Youth Sports and Recreation for the City of Palmerston. Hello, Amanda.
Hi, everyone.
And I'm also joined by Nez Sanchez. Sanchez, could you tell everyone what you do?
I'm a member of the Geek Collaborative. That's a body underneath and advising City of Palmerston. So that's the connection with Amanda. And I also provide volunteer strategist advice on a whole bunch of things for one of the largest esports organizations in the territory. So that's Next Tier. Awesome.
And so then there's also Sean, who I've worked with personally on a few esports events. He's well known, and there's a lot of his fans in the chat. So welcome. Sean, tell us more about what you're up to these days.
Hey guys, I'm a long-standing FGCTO. I've been with UAW Esports for about 8 years now, and now I'm more focused on, I suppose, local fighting game kind of tournaments, especially with City Diggers.
Great, thank you so much, Sean. And then Morgan, someone I've seen on the scene and haven't actually been able to meet personally just yet. I do remember Morgan started his time at Murdoch University Esports Club. Morgan, what are you up to these days?
Hello, I'm the esports officer at Murdoch University, so I manage their gaming hub, organise tournaments, and also am setting up programs that are taking off in 2021.
Awesome, and it's so incredible to see that that transformation from student, passionate volunteer through to employed member of the industry now. And then there's more, last but not least, Anna, who is the founder and CEO of the Tasmanian Esports Association, an incredible development that we often forget our neighbour down south. But Anna, please fill us in. What's going on down there, and what do you do? And you might be muted.
Am I
Yep,
good
we're
now?
good.
I'm all good. Awesome. So hi, I'm Anna, co-founder and CEO of the Tasmanian Esports Association down here in Tassie. And I'm still a student at the University of Tasmania. Yeah.
That's awesome. Thank you so much. Okay, so we've got a really big panel. We've got a lot of stuff to talk about. And I think, for me, grassroots is the most important component and the most interesting. So let's dive right on in. And I'm going to start with you, Amanda, and put you in the hot seat first. So, Amanda, how has esports changed as an area of focus for the City of Palmerston over the years?
Well, City of Palmerston have been organising an event called Geek Fest Top End, which has been running for 3 years now. And I guess a large component of that is the esports section and entertainment and competitions. And alongside that, we also have a youth group called the Geek Squad who meet regularly at our library to develop geek-related activities with anime and gaming as well. And recently, with our community benefit scheme, we were able to support a youth group to form a new esports organisation called Level Up Esports here in Palmerston, which is really exciting.
Thank you so much, Amanda. And that's all very incredible stuff to see a local government rolling up their sleeves and getting involved. So what would you consider would be an exciting development for the Palmerston region when you think of esports?
I guess for us, when we haven't been quite impacted the same as the rest of Australia when it comes to COVID, but when COVID first happened, Council gave me the opportunity as Youth Sports and Rec to flip all of our programs to go online to try and keep everybody connected and try to keep some normality. And And a part of that process was coming to terms with that we weren't going to have our Geek Fest event, and how could we keep some of those elements happening. And that was when I reached out to the Australian Esports League and came up with the idea that maybe we could use this time virtually to upskill our local organisations. We had Next Tier, who had been delivering our esports at Geek Fest, and we had this new Level Up youth group that could definitely value from some mentorship in that space. So I guess that's where things have been developing quite quickly, and through the professional development that Australian Esports League ran for Palmerston, some of the feedback that came out of that upskill was the opportunity to form the Geek Culture Collaborative, which is an outcome that came from that. So that's really exciting, because that group is now dedicated to working to develop, I guess, geek culture sector here in the Northern Territory, not just for Palmerston, but for Darwin and our remote areas as well. So there's a whole lot of opportunities that have come from that professional development and that partnership with AEL that are now starting to have great flow-on effects for our community.
That's so great to hear. And then for those who might not be aware, what's Geek Fest all about?
Geek Fest Top End was a youth event that began a few years ago. It was about embracing and celebrating our geek culture and gaming and cosplay and anime and tabletop gaming and all those things that fall under that umbrella. And we've held 3 of those events now. Unfortunately, we didn't have our one this year, which would have been the first, but every year the attendance to that event has doubled in size. And our last event, we had 3,000 people come along. And it's a free community event, and to ensure that everybody gets to participate and everyone can, I guess, shine and showcase their skills and talents in that space.
Thank you, Amanda. So, Nez, you're also part of Next Tier Esports, and you're also sitting on this working group that Amanda mentioned. What does the participation of local government mean for the local community that you've been a part of all these years?
I think essentially it's what Amanda just mentioned, which was growing the sector as a whole, because I think the difficult thing in the Northern Territory is there's a lot of fragmented communities, and esport is just one of many different communities that kind of overlap. So one of the difficult things with dealing with limited resources is trying to push an entire community. And you know, esports is so broad. You have FPS, you have MOBA, fighting games, and trying to push everything in the same direction from one organization that's constrained by resources is really, really difficult. So to have someone like Amanda take an interest in growing the scene and developing this informal advisory body has helped indirectly esports, but as a whole, the entire sector, that geek subculture sector. And I think because there's a lot of momentum in esports, and there's a COVID placed a spotlight on the extent and the impacts of esports and the relevance, particularly in like a COVID lockdown scenario, that a lot of people are now paying attention to it. And people like Amanda and City of Palmerston, so you have local governments that are fostering that involvement, and they're getting people like you, Darren, to get involved, your organization coming in and jumping on board and providing these upskilling opportunities. And if it wasn't for that local government involvement, that doesn't trickle down. So, you know, I think that's a major exposure to people like you, organizations like you, and just having a bit more momentum through resources and coordination is massive.
Yeah, I like to, you mentioned the word trickle down, and I'm going to take it from out of economics and into a whole new context. When I think of sports participation and esports participation, it's really trickle up. The more people we have participating at the grassroots, the more important our pro leagues are, and the more fans we're building that are going to tune in, right? So in that context, Nez, you know, have you seen a greater participation in esports in the last few months? Do you expect the community to grow, or are there further challenges that you think esports is going to face in the region that really need addressing?
Look, COVID was very interesting because there was a lot of momentum in a lot of the offline events. Right, there's a lot of momentum in the offline events, particularly for the league in the Northern Territory. And what we saw was when you start collaborating with people like Amanda, you have a concerted effort moving in the right direction. We saw an explosion of online involvement. And then when the borders started coming up, when people were able to attend in person again, there was just a renewed interest. So our participation rates in terms of Northern Territory esports increased at least 80 to 120% during COVID, and also involved a whole bunch of other interstate players jumping on board as well. And then, like what Amanda said, just a couple of these events, upskilling events, we saw new level up esports organizations get involved. We had you getting involved in Geek Fest. So that's obviously the largest geek type esports event of our annual calendar. And I think it positions us well for 2021. So yeah, I think it's massive.
Great. And so, okay, moving into Tasmania, Anna, you're probably a few steps behind this. There's no real local government involvement just yet. What inspired you to launch TESA and the Tasmanian Esports Association? And what is your aspiration for esports in Tasmania?
Yeah, so earlier this year, when COVID restrictions were in place, Brad and I discovered that there's obviously going to be a lot more increase of like the online use and like gameplay and online interactions between people. And we're like, hey, we may as well take this opportunity to really, solidify some sort of association for these people. And that at the current moment, there is no Tasmania held competitions for any type of esports or any online gaming in general. And that there wasn't anything to bond the local communities, because we're also, similarly to Northern Territory, we're quite scattered and fragmented, and that our communities are really small here too. So yeah, that inspired us to just launch TESA in general. And for our aspirations, one of our main aspirations is that we're able to create equal opportunities for the local gaming communities across Tasmania, especially for the upcoming generations, and that esports is going to be, it's very likely that they're going to come across some sort of esports in their childhood or just growing up nowadays, especially with technology and everything. And because of this, we would like to create that safe gaming community and environment where they can grow. Yeah. Great. And what have you noticed, sort of from launch? What's been the response like from the community? So I think the community is a little bit unsure of what to think at the moment still. They are they're excited. You can tell that they're excited and they want to participate, but that first step of really getting something together or like getting any tournaments up is really kind of difficult, because a lot of people don't want to speak up, or they don't want to, be the first one to stick their head like in and be like, hey, we'll try this out. So starting up's a little bit slow, but we're gaining a few members and reaching out to the smaller communities. Yeah. Great. So I think I'll bring up a question to touch back on that later around resources. I'm going to jump over to Morgan from Murdoch. So Morgan, we've seen some headlines. Murdoch is investing in the esports space. They've supported the club. You've got a local facility inside the university now. And when you think about that from when you're a student through to now being an esports officer, what's that journey been like?
Yeah, so I guess my journey specifically starts back with a simple problem roughly 2 years ago. So we as the club realized that it wasn't sustainable to keep relying on students bringing their own equipment onto campus. So we had to think about it, and where do we go with that core problem? So my number one advice for esports clubs in the collegiate space is get your sports department on board, and that's exactly what we did. They're going to be your biggest ally in this situation because they definitely know how traditional sports integrates with the university, and then the club knows how esports is across the collegiate space. So it's sort of a match made in heaven in a way. But the students just need to spend the extra time educating the sports staff because they are the expert on this situation. And so from there, they neither then get the they get the decision makers in the university on board. So this could be the chief operating officer or the president of the student guild, because that's your next step in that pipeline. You know, you're not going to get any investments into this space without first getting them on board. So how do you go about that? You invite them to your biggest events, and you give them some statistics, because as a leader in the esports space in your university, you have access to the information through surveying your own club members. So what we did, we asked our club members, you know, how many extra hours are you spending on campus, integrating and talking with the club than you would be if the club wasn't there. And we found that the majority were spending an extra 3 hours on campus engaging with the club, which then leads to better student retention and ultimately better grades as well for most of the students. So you just give those statistics to the decision makers and educate them on why you need to invest in this space, because ultimately you're not going to get the investments without them on board. So you're not going to get a gaming hub like Murdoch just invested in, or an esports position. So for students, dream big. We as a club actually got knocked back for our first proper proposal for a space on campus because we weren't dreaming big enough, which for the sports department head, he was actually quite surprised. It was the first time in his career that a proposal asking for money got knocked back for being too little. So essentially, dream big. Don't be afraid to ask for exactly what you want for, and also give a scalable solution. So you may want 12, and say HPC costs $5,000, which is $60,000. But then say, hey, we can scale back to 6, which is only $30,000. To give that option. So once we got the gaming hub over the line, I actually realized that, hey, we need a position here to actually manage this and actually do it justice on who needs to use the space to help leverage esports rather than just being a space where students can play games. We can actually run programs out of there as well. So the club president and I at the time, Cal Hallerton, put a job proposal forward, which ultimately did get knocked back, which was a sad day for us. But I still really believed in that vision. And this is leading back to getting the sports department on board. I went straight to the sports department and pretty much told them that, you know, you need someone who's going to actually know how to manage this space. Being a background in IT as well, I knew I was the right fit in that community. So everything ties back to get your sports department on board, get the influential people, the decision makers in the university on board, and then start looking at investments. So maybe a gaming hub, or, you know, you don't particularly need a gaming hub. It's just a very good staging ground for a university to get that on-campus, the on-campus engagement. So dream big, use your passion, and don't give up is what I can say.
So well said, Morgan. And really what it looks like is you started with something you're passionate about, and really you took it and built your own dream job, essentially, right? Something that you love doing. Sean, what's your experience been like at UOW? Because now they've got a UOW Esports Club as well, right?
Yeah, so Morgan's one step ahead of us at the moment. We've got a UOW Esports Club, but it's not quite backed by the university just yet. There are a lot of talks at the moment to, I suppose, legitimize it in the eyes of the university. But it's still a student-run club with student, funded equipment and all that kind of stuff that goes with it. So we're a little bit behind still, but I've been in the community now for about 8 years as a board member, right through my undergraduate to my honours and now during my PhD. And that role's, changed over the years quite a lot, starting off as I think vice president for a while. And I, created a lot of the events and all the kind of early on initiatives that would kind of get us started. But then more moved to community management, essentially creating a bit of a structure where, we had a fighting game community, a League of Legends community, a Dota community, and just trying to, as, Darren alluded to earlier with the trickle up effect, broaden our base as much as possible so that we could kind of get a few good players out of that. For every 100 players you get participating, you get at least 10 competitive players. And that's kind of the way to go forward for a lot of universities at the moment, I think.
That's great. And obviously you've spent 8 years in the community building it up. And now you work at City Diggers at the local club there, also running an FGC community. What have you found that are some of the successful initiatives that have helped you build these communities?
Yeah, I think as far as initiatives go, in your, I suppose, higher end esports, like, League of Legends and stuff, they've already got their own leagues made for them and esports organizations that are buying into those leagues. And that creates a lot of the opportunity for the players. But at a very grassroots level, it's usually just, community members or friends that are kind of picking up, big level organizational roles to try and kind of create something for those players to go to. So I think from a player level, any sort of initiative that basically creates a reason for a player to get better and motivate them to kind of compete is a great initiative. And, we've seen that with the AEL Clubs League with, clubs popping up in Lismore, Coffs Harbour, all these places that didn't have fighting game communities. Suddenly you drop a tournament there and a venue and a reason to meet. And, you start kind of collecting those community members together. And when they get hyped for it, they start creating more community members around that. And that's how it grows. I think that anything, especially in regional areas, that can kind of spark that kind of initial level of motivation will really kind of push those volunteer members to come together and create something pretty special. I also think that as far as initiatives go, you need at a grassroots level education services for those volunteers coming into the roles. A lot of my 8 years has been a rotating, board, I suppose. And I've been the constant on that board, but people are coming in with no idea what to do, and they're getting experience from running events themselves. And then it's been there for an extra year on top of them that also doesn't quite know what they're doing. You're trying to stream events and it's your local Twitch streamer with 50 followers. That's now your, production manager, I guess. So anything that's popping up like GGWP Academy for one, that can really teach these volunteers the skill sets to run these events, is a great initiative to run. That's really going to foster those volunteers to kind of better themselves going forwards.
That's awesome. Okay, so you mentioned a really important thing there about resources, right? It's and Morgan touched on it, Anna's touched on it, and the work that Amanda and Nez are doing in the Northern Territory. I mean, it all comes down to these resources. Now, esports is still a sport in a lot of its facets where, like any sport, there are layers that require so much volunteerism to function, right? You've got your mum and dad on the weekend soccer helping lay out the cones on the side and putting out the chairs and so on. So the same kind of stuff happens in esports and is often forgotten about or overlooked. And there are needed resources to help not only reward that volunteerism, but help that volunteerism grow and then potentially launch into career, right? Whether it's education or so on. So I'd like to put it to the panel. What are some of the resources that you've often in your travels thought, oh, this is missing, or you can't find it, or you wish it was there? What's the shopping list of resources that you could imagine? And I'm going to let Anna start, and then I think we'll move on to anyone else who wants to pick it up.
Yeah, awesome. So definitely just recognition, just in general, especially from your local schools, your local communities, and especially the government. So even our local government here, they're struggling to recognise esports as an actual sporting event or like something that they could put funding towards, which is, it's difficult without, the core root of a community being able to support their back, essentially. So for Tasmania, to put it simply, just the government in general, their support and recognition would mean the world to us. Yeah.
That's great. So that legitimacy piece, being acknowledged, being able to say this is quite, it's an important thing. Anyone else want to pick up from there? What are some of the resources that you would love to see? Just jump right on in.
Okay, I'll jump in.
Yeah, go.
learning tools are massive. You know, when we're looking at especially the grassroots scene, which is, you know, all of the fighting game community at this point, which I suppose I'm more knowledgeable in. The people that are taking leadership roles are people that are there for about a year and they have no actual experience in a lot of the stuff that they're doing. They're just the guy that put their hand up and said that they'd do it. And, you know, having some level of professional education that you can actually access from that point would be huge for a lot of these people. As I said, you know, event organizers it's just a dude at this point. It's not someone with event management skills or any sort of knowledge. Pardon?
A gender neutral dude.
Yeah. But like at the university, for example, one of our, I suppose, you know, university managers that we had, she was actually trained in events management, and, you know, she'd kind of come to our club to a few times and been like, you know, these are events, you know, the end product was great, but the lead up was a shambles. It was just like, oh yeah, I've got a mate bringing this in and a mate bringing that in, and, you know, this will be fine. But she actually gave our club, you know, a bit of a sit down for half an hour with an event management structure. And, you know, it's like, well, maybe, you know, before doing this all the day beforehand, we have a 9-week lead in, and here's the things you got to tick off before you do and stuff. And it's all pretty basic stuff, but for a bunch of university students that didn't have that kind of structure already, you know, it was absolutely life-changing for all of us, because we could suddenly run, you know, high-level events with big budgets that, you know, we brought in, you know, and making it a little less stressful. So I think education is really the key, especially in grassroots for those volunteers.
Nez, do you want to pick up from there?
Yeah, so I think on top of that, just supplementing the whole education, is the fact that professional education and corporate structures also plays a significant role. So a lot of the issues that we've had in terms of receiving government funding, from a next year perspective, has received a lot of pushback, or we're ineligible because of the fact that it's a for-profit entity. And then you try to facilitate a non-for-profit or some kind of incorporated association take advantage of those grants, and you don't get the commitment when you start putting governance structures and formal reporting and all of that kind of stuff. So the thing that unlocked that access to resources, financial or otherwise, exposure, social media, was that collaboration with a local government. And whether it's a local government or a larger organization pursuing, you know, mutual objectives, going back to originally trying to get funding for certain things to try to reinvest in the community, sometimes it's even hard structurally. The way that you know, structure your own organization, there are certain barriers to it. So if those things are also a bit more well known, or there's a bit more information about that also adds to everything else. It does seem to be this constant education piece, and it's not just video gaming.
Great, and so important. And I think that we keep talking about financing, right? And commercialization of esports is an important piece for every community, right? For, you know, all the way up to the pro leagues. And I think that's something that, you know, as esports grows, you know, the more everyone tries different things and sort of figures out how to make sustainable esports a reality, you know, the more chances we have for more communities to flourish, right? So, Morgan, I don't know if you have anything else to add there.
Yeah, just the tie into that sort of sustainable aspect. I think it's quite important to touch on the basis of, you know, tournament organizers that aren't being paid because they're putting all the money into the prize pool. But it's quite important to learn that even if it has a lower prize pool, you know, people will still come. You know, the TOs sort of deserve in a way to get a little bit of kickback for the time and effort they put in, because that sort of keeps their passion going within the community. Because eventually, you see it quite often, people just drop out of esports because, yeah, they put so much time, effort into it, and they've sort of got nothing back to sustain themselves on. So yeah, it's just very important to maybe have people think about that. Maybe, you know, even though it's a lesser prize pool, it's very important that TOs still get a little bit of something.
Absolutely. So I think
Could
Amanda,
I just do a shout out too, as a community development officer? I would suggest to any organisations that are starting up, go and speak to your councils, because unless you come and tell us what your idea is, it's really hard for us to support you. And that's exactly what our job is. It's to develop our community. So we're there to potentially have resources or other ways of being able to support. One way at the moment our council supporting through COVID is by providing free room bookings in all of our facilities. So there are many different ways that councils have resources to support local groups. So reach out to your community development officers and see what they have to offer and what you have to offer them to support their community and their community plans as well.
Well, that's so great, Amanda, because you bring me to my next thing, which is collaboration, right? Community thrives on collaboration, especially at the grassroots. So I guess, when you think of collaboration, where have you found success when you found another group, whether it's government, university, club, so on, to work with, or even just other passionate volunteers within the community? Has collaboration played a role in growing what growing something that you're passionate about? And I'm just going to leave that open floor, so anyone can pick that one up. Maybe Sean, go first.
Yeah, right. Like a lot of our events, we've got a few larger scale events. Chicks Who Game was a massive event for us that saw, a lot of leading females in the industry coming in and kind of helping out. And one thing that I found was amazing was, as far as guest speakers went, all of our guest speakers were there for the passion of esports and loving esports. I know that a few people in our organising committee were like, oh, we shouldn't contact them. They're going to be too busy for it. This is just a small time university event. But a lot of the guests we had come in, they had to deal with, 5-10 minute delays. And instead of kind of worrying about it, they were like, oh, can we jump in and help? Like, oh, I've, done a bit of production myself. I'll jump in and help out. And, it was great to see that there's, in the Australian community, it's still very grassroots, to the point that people are passionate about what they're doing. And, a lot of the time people are just there for, the benefit of the event. From a more of a sponsor role, a lot of sponsors that we've dealt with through the university have been quite, ready to work with us in regards to especially one of our larger events, Game Fest, which is a 24-hour gaming LAN. At that event, we had sponsored prizes for a whole bunch of different things. And, you're essentially offering these companies, to put their logo on some posters or something. It means nothing to them, as far as, we're not going to get them any more people buying their product than they already have. But, these people are just keen to jump in and help out and just, see esports grow. So I think one major, piece of advice for university students, or university clubs in particular, is go out there and make those contacts. And, I think you'll find that it's not as scary when you start talking to them. They're just people that are, keen to kind of help out and see it grow. So, yeah, I think it'd be really good to see a few more universities kind of take that approach and go out there and, contact as many different collaborators as possible, because, yeah, you'll find people keen to help.
Absolutely. I mean, even from my personal experience, I know that two great events only came together because we spoke to a local council here in Sydney, Willoughby City Council, which was the Girl Gamer Sydney Festival, and one of the AESA's national qualifiers to find Team Australia to travel to the World Esports Championships. So, collaboration is really important, and speaking to other members of the community. I like to reach out to everyone in their community, because I don't know everything. I don't have the energy for everything. I don't have the time for everything. I know what I'm good at, and I know what I'm bad at. And sometimes there are people who are already working really hard in the industry, and you just pick up the phone, have a chat to them, and say, how can we work together and do something special? I'm going to move forward, because I know time's moving. So I want to ask the question, and it would be really good to hear the interests around this. Why is it important to you for esports to have local roots in your community? We see it big screen, we hear about the big numbers internationally, there's the world tournaments, but why is it so important to have it in your local community? So Anna, let's start with you.
Yes, cool. So in any organization or like any structure, I believe that having local roots in the community can help in the continuation of an organization, and through that continuation you can foster like good ethics towards people, and just standards for what is esports in that community would be more defined. And it would be easier if it did come from the local community, being supported by the local government, being supported by schools, universities, and even parents of the upcoming generation. Yeah.
Great. So it's building longevity. Morgan, can you add to that?
Yeah. So from a collegiate standpoint, getting esports community off the ground in a university space, I think it's quite important to help cement another pathway for them. Your 15, 16-year-olds haven't quite made it in esports quite yet, maybe looking at other options. So it's just quite important to sort of go, hey, you can come to university, you can still help progress through a program here in the esports space, but you can also upskill in a professional area that you may be able to tie in with esports on a later date, whilst pursuing esports as sort of a player or a live streamer. So it sort of gives them something to fall back on should they need it in the long run, because you don't want to be 26 and haven't quite made it yet and you're not sure quite what to go. So I think it's quite important to promote sort of that fallback whilst they're still young, just in case things don't work out. And it's also a great learning ground for them meeting like-minded students, which can actually help them break into the esports industry from their fellow student networks.
Great. Nez and Amanda, do you mind just giving us perspective for Palmerston? Making what we've seen on the world stage local. Why is that so important to you?
I guess from my perspective, I've learnt more and more all the time about how mainstream gaming and esports have become, and what a big role it has, especially when things like COVID happen, as a way to keep people connected, to be able to socialize, to be able to compete, to form friendships. I think there's such an interest in our young people. It also supports a lot of people who potentially they have barriers in regards to socializing. So it's another platform and safe space for people to meet and enjoy life, I guess, and follow their passions and have fun competing against each other.
Great. Thanks so much. So Nez has just let us know that a call came through and disrupted his Skype because he's using his phone. So we may not hear from Nez until he reconnects in. So I'll just move forward then. And I've got really last two burning questions as we get to the end of this panel session. What makes your community so special? And let's start with you, Morgan.
Yeah, so I suppose what makes the community at Murdoch so special, and I assume it's the same across the different universities, is it's a great way for all the different facets of students, be that media, games tech, people doing sports development, to actually exchange sort of their different ideas on esports, because they'll all have a different perspective, and it's sort of a great way for them to network. I know that the club at the moment is also doing great strides in actually upping their media quality at the moment. So I would say what makes the Murdoch esports community so special is they just have such a great drive in wanting more from themselves.
That's great. I mean, it's students, right? So they're in that very aspirational part of their life and critical development, really. So Sean, what makes your community so special?
So I like to think of my community as a whole bunch of different communities. I'm involved with Australian Smash, and so there's that wider Australian community, as well as all of those small communities that we've popped up over Lismore, over the, couple in the Gold Coast, Coffs Harbour. And I think the main thing that's really special to all those for me is the sense of belonging that a lot of the players get to experience while they're there. We get all different kinds of players coming in that have, either esports, diehards, or people that are just picking up the game for the first time, and letting them have that moment of them being like a local hero in that space. Like at City Diggers, we have some community members that have been there for years and have grown up through the community and have developed through, shared experiences that they've had through that community, all the way down to one of the boys that's just turned up, and he's 9 years old. He comes in with his mum every week. He's by far the youngest person there because everyone else is about 20, 21, 22. And the first game that we had him play, we chucked him on the big screen against someone else, and one of the players that we put him against kind of let him win a little bit, and he got that that big win on a big stage. Crowd popped off, and you could just tell that had really kind of made his day, his week, his year in just being able to have that experience. So I think what really makes me passionate about esports is kind of trying to create meeting places and communities for these people to come in, grow through the community, and have these experiences that really make esports worthwhile for them.
Awesome. And, it's so cool to hear about a 9-year-old participating, because they might be the next best whatever game they love player in Australia someday down the track, right?
Yeah, look out for the gamer tag Big Dog.
Oh, he's even got the best gamer tag. He's ready. Yeah, he's so ready. So, Anna, what makes your community so special?
As I have mentioned earlier, that we're a very tight-knit community in most of our smaller regions, and it allows for the word to spread quickly if there's anything happening. So it's very important that we do things right from the get-go. But once people are on board, everyone will know about it, essentially. So hopefully we can... Yeah. So hopefully we can get more and more people involved, more and more of the smaller communities involved, and just let it spread. Yeah.
Awesome. And so, Nez, welcome back. Thank you. We're good to see you back. One of the questions that we asked before was, why is it so important for you to have esports, for esports to have local roots in your community? We see it on the world stage, we see these big things and so on. So your 5 cents on that, seeing it local, and then also your view on what makes your local community so special.
Look, I think it's just about identity, really. So we're talking about esports and sports in general. Everyone has this affinity to their own club, right? They have this attraction to who you align with. So even though, the global esports community is massive, you also have your own different identities in and amongst the whole scene. So I think that's why it's also important to create your own unique identity, which is why you want to develop that local community feeling. And in terms of what makes my community special, this is probably just an organic thing, and it's not something that I think about all the time, but there's a lot of misconceptions about esports and the environment and the community. So, there's this online toxicity. There's always comments about how toxic it is online and on the forums. And, recently, I'm highly as well involved in the local FGC scene, and we had a long-standing FGC member recently transition and is now Danny. So she transitioned to becoming Danny, and in a quite highly dominated male environment, it was surprising to me that the FGC community came around and rallied and supported her all the way through the transition, which is something that I don't think I thought I would see, particularly with all the feedback that you get online. So I think that not just my community, but other communities, there is a sense of belonging, and it's just that connection, I guess.
Wow, that's really special. That brings back some great memories from when I used to run LANs, right, where you'd have hundreds of people just lugging their computer into the venue, and it made a voice you'd been living with, essentially every evening or so on, and getting to know, you talk about people's families, what they're studying, and breakups and makeups and so on, right? And then you meet them in person, and it's like that touch, see, and feel. The person becomes like they're there in front of you, and you can appreciate for who they are. And often I made friends with people I probably wouldn't have made friends with at university or at school or at a bar and so on, because we just wouldn't be sharing that same interest. But we're gamers, and everything else didn't matter. And, from there, I've been to people's weddings and so on and so on and so on. It's just this incredible community, and gaming really brings everyone together like that. And that's where, for me, grassroots communities has such a special place. So I've got one last thing I want to talk about, and I think it sort of answers two questions that came up. Someone asked about, I think it was Jason Tang, about, what community exists in Victoria. Now, I don't think we can answer that because I'm sure none of you really know who's leading what in Victoria. And then someone also asked about South Australia. But I think the burning question is, if you're passionate about esports, you don't know where your local community is, you don't know if there is one, how do people, what should people be thinking about? Should they be going out and getting involved and rolling up their sleeves to support a local community? What are some of the avenues that you tell your community about finding? How do people find you as well, so that when they think about their neighborhood, they can start creating the same kind of thing, or find and participate in the same kind of thing that you're all part of? So anybody start on that one? I think this is relevant for everybody.
I'm happy to jump in. I think that the main thing is look for it, and if it doesn't exist, build it. Especially looking from a grassroots community kind of standpoint. Obviously, it comes down to, for a lot of the bigger games, publishers getting in and creating their own events, or contracting companies to run events on their behalf. Obviously, that's going to be the big starting point. If you play Pokemon, look at the Pokemon website. There's, an Oceanic event once a year in Australia. You can go there, meet people, and kind of build a community off that. But, for a lot of other games that kind of don't have that push from the publisher, it just comes down to finding a couple of like-minded people and starting that kind of event. Even if it's just online and you have 3 or 4 teams or something like that at the start, and just playing against each other, because then a couple more people will drag in a couple more people. Suddenly you'll have 8 teams, and you'll start building out this kind of competition that didn't quite exist before. When you build it out, as I said, everything starts from grassroots. You contact one sponsor that wants to chip some money into it, or some advertising, and things can really snowball from there. That's predominantly the Smash Bros community in particular that hasn't had publisher support for a lot of their events. All start because 5 people in one area want to play games together, and they meet up at someone's house and they play a round robin between the 5 of them. Those 5 people turn into 10 people. They go, oh, we should probably get out of, mum's back lounge room at this point. We've got 10 people, and they try and find a local venue nearby. There'll be a venue that will want to support something like that, and they'll go, sure, you can use this space on a weekly basis because, as far as our RSL clubs and stuff go, they want, people in seats, and they want people buying food and, drinks. It all basically just starts by finding a few like-minded people and just organizing something, just anything, and just trying to build it from that.
Okay, so we do only have a couple more minutes. So your last 5 cents, Morgan, Anna, Ness, and Amanda, if you don't mind, and then we'll move on. So let's start with Ness. Go first.
Yeah. Look, I don't really have much more to add. I think Sean pretty much put everything that I would have said as well. So, just put it back to the panel, I think.
Great. Morgan or Anna, do you have anything to add to that, or has Sean captured it all?
Sean's done a great job. My only extra remark is for, say, like a fighting games community, if they're only running Smash and you do Tekken, you can always join that community and be pushing that game within that community. You're not constrained with just their one game. I know over here the Smash community push rivals of the AESA as well at their events, because just one or I think like 3 people want to play that game, and slowly that's been growing. So you're not constrained to what that community is just running. You can actually jump in that community and start pushing your own game as well.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right, well, Anna, go.
Oh, sorry.
No.
And just for mainly like students, even international students, for them to not feel deterred from joining the community, even in local events, just because it is for Tasmanian esports doesn't mean international students are not invited to join, essentially. So look out for your local like schools, universities, and definitely look up online. We're more than likely to have a Facebook page at this rate. Yeah.
All right, Amanda, any last comments?
I think I would just like to remind everyone that if you are starting out, build those collaborations and those partnerships with people around you, and go and speak to your local councils and governments to get their support, because there's definitely funding there to make stuff happen.
Thank you so much, and such an important perspective, Amanda. Well, everyone who's enjoyed and watched this panel, thank you for joining us, and a big round of applause and thank you to all of our speakers who have shared their awesome insights into what they do and what makes grassroots esports and how they make a place for esports in their local neighborhood. I sort of look at everybody here and I have this this little vision of mine that one day it's all linked up into this massive national ecosystem and everyone's doing really well, and now our local esports ecosystem is the envy of the world and everyone wants to come here. So thank you once again. It's been an honor to share this panel with you. We're going to go for a little break to get it ready for panel number 4. Don't go anywhere, because that's about education and esports. Hello everyone, it's Darren Klein here again, President of the Australian Esports Association. Welcome and thank you for joining us for the Esports Australia Summit 2020. We're up to panel 4, the final session of the day. We've got some awesome guests that I can't wait to introduce you to. Panel 4 is all about education and esports. First off, let's introduce who we've got with us. We have, I'm just going to go by order of the Skype chat I've got in front of me. So first we have Vivian, codename or alias Bibian, who's a CSGO competitive player. Tell us a bit about yourself, Vivian.
Hi, I'm Vivian. I'm a competitive CSGO player based in Western Australia. And I'm not doing much now because I'm not on the team, but we'll get there.
Australia's the next best CSGO player, right? In a year from now.
I don't. CS is a bit not doing that well. I don't think in Australia.
All right.
But it will get better. I hope.
That's good. Look, CS has been around for a long time. It always has its second win. So up next we have the awesome and energetic Dwan Mutu, who is the founder of Let's Play Live. Dwan, tell us a bit more about yourself.
Yeah, so I'm one of the founders of Let's Play Live, which is a esports media company based out of Auckland, New Zealand. And also I'm one of the founding board members of the New Zealand Esports Federation, which was recognised as the official NSO or National Sporting Organisation pre-COVID this year. So it's really exciting and historic for our country. So that's my background.
Awesome, thank you. And then we've got the really cool and interesting Daniel Martinez, or Ivaliotis Martinez. I really apologize.
That's not too bad, man. No, you did well.
I wanted to challenge myself. I really do. So, Daniel, tell us about yourself and what you've been up to.
Yeah, so I'm a teacher. I've been working in education for about 20 years, kind of leading innovation and digital transformation. And this year I decided to step away from that and start the Fuse Cup, which is actually an international esports organisation focusing on competitive gaming for schools. And we're all across Australia and Southeast Asia.
And how many schools do you have participating?
About 78 now. So there's about 12 of those are international schools, and the rest are all around Australia.
That's incredible. That's just an incredible achievement. So, and then last but not least, we have an international guest who's up at 6 a.m. their time. So please, everyone, show a large round of applause in the comfort of your own lounge room for Dr. Rune Nielsen, all the way from Denmark. So tell us a bit more about yourself.
So I'm a psychologist and a video games researcher based at the IT University of Copenhagen, where I look into almost all psychological aspects of video games and also esports.
And you're also an advisory board member for Esports Denmark, correct?
Yeah, so I'm on the advisory boards that looks at education. So that's why this panel is perfect. Also for me, just to get a sense of what's going on in Australia.
Great, and hopefully we can learn a bit from you as well. So today's panel, we are looking at education, and esports is one of those things where it started off as a grassroots-led, activities. People got together, formed tournaments, and it happened. Then there's pro tournaments, and we see the big world events going on. And more, as esports continues to grow, we're starting to see sophisticated structures come out nationally, internationally, and multinationally as well. So, as we've seen in the university space, and we heard from Natalie Broom early on in panel 1, esports is quite sophisticated in the university space, and it's starting to do that in the high school space. And so what we're really looking here to talk about with this panel is, what does that mean? Where is it going? And how is it really impacting, everybody's lives? So first question I've got, and I'm going to throw this to you, Daniel, which is because you have a background in education, I believe, as a primary school teacher. And I just want to know, what inspired you to found the Fuse Cup and jump, almost legs first into esports?
Yeah, definitely legs first. Look, the thing about education is it's about opportunities and really developing opportunities for kids. And the more and more I looked around, the more and more I saw there are opportunities in literally every other field, whether it's academic, sporting, music, theatrical, and not really anything for kids who are interested in esports or participated in esports, especially at that younger year level. We know that there's older high schools, year 10, year 11 and 12, but nothing for primary school, absolutely nothing for primary school, and not much for those middle years of schooling. And middle years is really important in ensuring students remain engaged in school. That's where we get most students who generally start to lose interest in school. So looking forward, I thought, well, this is an area that's growing. This is an area that is continuing to grow. It's an area of deep passion for a lot of students. It's also an area that I've been, always involved in, not competitively, more socially, and also looking at student well-being. They're the things for me that were really important. So that's pretty much why I started the Fuse Cup, to give those students an opportunity to participate, to connect with other schools, but also to look at ways in which we can promote digital well-being and positive online gaming with younger students, because we know generally they don't have really good role models around that.
That's so important, right? It's really the front line. Gaming and esports sits at the front line of what would be coined as the cyber world in terms of bullying, right? So
yeah.
I'm just going to flip to Vivian really quickly on this. Vivian, if your school or during your schooling life you came across an esports club, or you could choose esports as sort of like the winter sport or something like that, or a curriculum extracurricular activity, would that help you with your interest in school? Do you think that would have sort of added to your schooling life?
I think definitely. In my school, we don't have anything like that about esports. I think for me, my interest in school was not. I was not focused at all. My interest was in video games. So I think having video games within our schools being taught, that would have piqued my interest more. Or maybe I would have listened more in class. And yeah, definitely.
Great, thank you. That's so special. So going back to you, Daniel, you launched the Fuse Cup. What has the journey been like bringing the 78 schools on into your system, and other key learnings or challenges that you faced?
Yeah, well, I guess 2020 has been a very interesting year to start something like this. And initially, we hit the ground running very quickly, and we got a lot of interest from just pretty much Australian schools all around Australia. And then obviously with COVID, we initially set up as a face-to-face organisation, so we would run face-to-face competitions. We really didn't have any interest in running online competitions, but then through COVID, everyone needed to pivot, so we did as well. And then we found actually this is something that schools still want to engage in. So we're able to bring on more schools that we probably wouldn't have reached had we not have been online. It's been interesting. We've obviously understand that schools are all at different levels of adaptation and ready to participate. Some are very hesitant. Some are already participating in the space. So it's really about nurturing each school where they are and helping assist them in what they need to get over the line. And often once they have their first experience and it's very positive, then a lot of those kind of skepticisms or a lot of those questions that they may have been unanswered are pretty much answered straight away. It's definitely, as you said earlier, it's that look, touch, taste kind of approach. The feedback is as soon as they start, student engagement is huge. Often students choose to participate who haven't participated in other things as well. And it really helps schools and teachers build stronger communities with students that have similar interests themselves as well. So it's been an interesting journey. And I guess the biggest takeaway for me has been understanding that each school is different and you really need to cater your advice and approach to them and meet them where they are.
That's great. So now talking about what's happened over the Tasman in New Zealand, Dwan, with the work you've done, I know that Let's Play Live launched a high school league almost 3 years ago, maybe earlier.
Yeah, maybe it's close to 5 years ago that the original.
Gosh.
Yeah, it's a long time ago, yeah.
So what has your experience been? And I guess over 5 years you would have learnt a lot. What's the biggest change from year one to say today?
Yeah, so I guess there's two hats for me, right? It's like the commercial aspect of Let's Play Live. So when we first got into it, got to kind of think back, 5 years ago, and esports has advanced so much, as you would know. I mean, certainly Darren, you've been there a long time, like myself, and so when we first got into it, there really was nothing in esports. Esports wasn't even really a terminology that was actually sort of common knowledge like it is today. So as part of kind of growing the grassroots, I come from a sporting background traditionally, and I coach a lot of sports, been around at sort of a high performance level, and I always realized that the kids will always groom the next generation, right? So of course, the most natural system to do that, or ecosystem, was high schools. Because once they go to university, they're kind of a bit more independent. High schools frame up all those pieces. So we just partnered with the tertiary institute back then, which was, a university over here in New Zealand. And we just went for 10 schools. We played League of Legends, worked with Riot to deliver it. And then very quickly, that evolved into what became the League of Legends kind of rollout that they worked in. Riot certainly split it up in time, right? So really, really great to see that traction, and then Riot took it over. Then the pivot came for me where, from a commercial aspect, we decided that we were really championing the change in our country. People have to understand, like, I'm not really in the camp of whether it's a sport or not, even though I say that I'm from a sporting background. The reality is, in our country, is obviously the ecosystem is supported by New Zealand sport. And that framework is where they put us 4 years ago before we tried to get recognition. And so we had to stay within the framework of sport rather than going, we think it's a sport. Now, as I alluded to at the top, 4 years later, we were recognized as the National Sporting Organisation of Esports. I mean, what does that really mean? Well, it's historic in the West because it's the first Western democracy that really has, from a government level, supported us. So we're no different than rugby. We're no different than our big sports, cricket. And that means we have a table, a seat at the table at the highest levels of government and sport to talk about esports. And the trickle down of that is to the bit that, Dan and yourself, kind of talking about, is the fact that irrespective of what we do, what the Federation does day to day, it means that people like Dan could engage if they were in New Zealand and go for the local trust funding. They could work with their local sporting. If it's Queensland where Dan is, he would be able to go to Queensland Sport and there would be support there. So, I mean, that's obviously come a long way in 4 years from where it was like, a few of us trying to get, schools on board, and now it's a full-fledged kind of supported at the highest levels of New Zealand government.
And so that legitimacy piece, recognition, have you really seen that translate down to the schooling level? Are students now feeling like, when they join their esports club, it's like a better badge of honor almost to have that? Hey, it's recognized, like the government acknowledges this. It's been formalized and so on.
Yeah. Well, that's part of it, right? So there's a bit of work to do because obviously it's quite new. We're talking about, May, I think the recognition came through. So what we've got to do is, as a federation, we can't touch every part. We've got to help people. If it was a Dan, and I'm saying it respectfully, if he was in New Zealand, he would come and say, look, we're dealing with 70 schools. It'll be more about how do we support you? And what I've seen anecdotally or heard is, there was conversations with a particular area of the country where they went to schools and schools wouldn't let them in and engage. I'd say, no, we can't. Like Dan wouldn't be able to get in that school or that region. As soon as it changed, I sent them some correspondence to say, look, absolutely, it's been accredited. It's a real thing like rugby. They went back and now they have 35 schools within that region kind of being able to participate under the sport umbrella. So I think there's, it's slow to evolve, but that's a real-time example over 3 months where it was no to great. We're now sort of part of the affiliation right through to having the actual region run its own regional support. So, yeah.
Great. Okay. So, Dan, do you have something to add there?
Yeah. Well, we're not in New Zealand yet, Dwayne. I'd like to talk to you when we are.
Well, it sounds like there's some bridge building and work to be done there, right? Okay. So, Dr. Rune, you've studied a lot of it's esports around education and so on, and we've heard things around adaptation for schools, skilling up, learning, positive impact for students in the online environment, opportunities for youth, how do they pursue their interest and so on. Are there sort of key items that come screaming out from the research you've seen and participated in?
Well, I think from my perspective, it's the disparity between what the kids feel that they're actually learning and doing and how they can apply that outside of esports, and what the parents think that they're doing when they're doing esports, right? So I think there's a lot of work to be done in sort of leveling up the parents' understanding of what it is that's actually going on. But for me as a researcher, it's great to go out and talk to these kids and hear about, a lot of the kids I've talked to, they see esports as almost a therapeutic process, right? They see their coach as someone who's trying to develop fully formed human beings and who cares about them as people first, and as perhaps as esports players, a close second, right? So I think that's the kind of information that needs to get out to the parents.
Great. And so, taking that to you, Vivian, how, I guess, when you think about your parents, I just want to latch onto that point in particular. Have you ever had challenges with explaining, what you're doing to your parents and what what competition means, when you win, when you don't win, all that kind of stuff? How has that gone for you?
They definitely don't. At first, they don't understand much. I have to explain to them in depth, or maybe like just glossed over a bit. So, but I have to make sure I point out the best aspects of my career and what I'm gaining from it, so they know that it's not a hoax or anything like that. In my case, it's very scary at first to tell them, oh, I'll be going overseas in 2 weeks, because that's when I first got my first contract. That sounded weird, but yeah. And then I would be flying out 2 weeks later, and obviously they were very skeptical about that. They didn't know if I was going to be safe or not, and so explaining all this to them, that it's going to be fine. Taking this opportunity, I'm learning a lot from this. It's important for me to grow as a person.
Have your parents actually taken the time to see what you do, or go to an event with you, or anything like that?
They haven't gone to an event. I do send them links to watch the stream at home whenever they have the time. But they're very supportive now that they've seen that it's a great opportunity. They always cheer me on in that. So I think it's really great to see that.
Okay, so last question on it. I won't dwell too much longer, but have you found, as they've started to become supportive, that it's actually been a really good bonding item for you? Something that they share your passion, or they understand your passion?
I think that I'm a very quiet person. I like to keep things inside, so naturally they wouldn't have known what I would have liked, and so seeing me competing overseas, I think they can start to ask questions. They can speak to me more about it, about what my life dreams are, things like that. I think it's a great bonding session regarding that.
So, I mean, I when I was a teenager, and I don't know what it would be like for everybody else, but it was tough explaining gaming and all that stuff. It has. I hope it's changed. I do remember one year for Team Australia, one of our League of Legends players who goes by the alias Gunkrab, I think he was 16 at the time, and he came with us to Indonesia, and his father actually traveled with us and just had so much questions and concerns about, he's representing the country at an international tournament now, but what does this mean for his career? And his father was a scientist as well, so his father was very, focused on STEM, get your degree, and so on and so on. But Gunkrab was very much, I want to play League of Legends. And excitingly for Gunkrab, he now plays, at the top level of Oceania, and sometimes does get to go overseas. So I think, and this is going to tie into maybe some of your experience, Duan and Daniel, I think we sort of seeing, as more parents are having to live with it and see their children do it and get involved. And look, all parents really want to see, well, I hope, want to see their children, the best for their children, right? So is it something that you see when you're running events and you're operating these leagues that, at first parents are just really cautious and confused? And as Rune brought up, the disparity between what they understand and what their children are doing, and has it improved? And are there initiatives that you're rolling out that have helped improve it?
Yeah, I mean, I can go first, Dan. So I'll tell you a great story. This is, and to your point, like your story as well, Darren. When we ran that very first League of Legends event, there was a particular player who was around the same age, about being 16. The mum came into me. That particular kid was due to go to med school next year. That was all that the family wanted. And I remember having the conversation. They were just so confused. We had put League of Legends on TV. It was on Twitch, so it was kind of, it felt a bit more real to them even back then because they saw the TV cameras and whatnot. And it was so jarring and they just couldn't get their head around. To that person, without mentioning names, but you probably guess, is someone from New Zealand who just went on to sign a very high level of American League of Legends in the last 5 days. And that person took that journey. And so I think that has changed a lot. That's just, real time, which is just so crazy to me because I always remember when I saw that in the news, I just remember that story of the mum almost crying and telling me how disappointed she felt that, he's throwing away his career of a doctor and all this stuff. And of course, he's gone on to be very, very successful in League. I also think, rightly or wrongly, what's really happened is I have to think the Fortnite phenomenon has helped. Right? Like, that's just my assessment generally, because Fortnite's the one game that has approached every part of every household. And so whether you like it or not, and of course, most parents would talk with concern about this, it's so easy to talk to people because everyone's like, oh, my kid's playing Fortnite. So they actually understand gaming innately where they probably didn't. For those households which may not have, to Vivian's point, where they might not have really engaged, although Vivian's very, very good, so there would have been a bit more of a lens there, is if not, they're kind of hidden behind it. And I think Fortnite, with the way it became a pop culture phenomenon, not a real esport, I really think that broke down a lot of barriers in the mainstream. You can't not go out and think about gaming in Fortnite for just the average consumer. So I think that has helped. So it's definitely changed, but that's just, my opinion on it.
Yeah, it's interesting you spoke about Fortnite. I worked with someone who has 2 sons, and his first concerns around their gaming, my boys are addicted to Fortnite, and I don't like it. And I said, well, okay, well, have you played with them? No, of course not. I said, well, why don't you play with them? And then about 2 weeks later, he said, I'm playing with my boys. We've got a deal going on. And they're carrying me to get to level 100. When we get to level 100, we're having a party. And he said it was the best thing for them to bring, like, for him to understand where his kids were at, for them to see that they could help dad with something that isn't traditional, like help dad build something or fix something. It's actually, we're skilled and dad's not. So we're going to help him through that. And he said, the connection that they were able to build was far stronger than he'd ever had with either of them. And he was then able to talk to them about balance and how much time they should be, putting into the games and how to lose responsibly. And, the fact that it is stacked for you to lose, like, that's the beauty of it. So he found that really, really interesting. But generally, as we're a school-based organisation, our interactions with parents have been pretty positive, very minimal actually. But we have had those conversations with schools and leaders in schools around, well, hang on, why should they be playing games more? And isn't this something we want them to do less? And I guess the disparity between what they're doing at home and what we want them to be doing is where the real beauty of school-based esports comes in, because that's where you can model and structure it. And that's where we've partnered with the Kids Helpline to deliver digital wellbeing resources, and that gives it a little bit more legitimacy because it's based by reputable healthcare providers. So the difference is the way kids play at home versus the way kids play at school is very different.
And so that's really interesting. I kind of want to go after it, but I'm just going to leave it to the side for a second. Right?
Yeah.
Just because I want to finish off what we're talking about here and just go to Dr. Rune. So, Dr. Rune, we talk about, parents getting their head around this and sort of thinking about the benefits. And, I think of my own personal experience when I used to compete as a teenager. And if I sort of self-reflect on what I was doing and why I was so into it, it's because it was challenging and I was learning. And I was not only just challenged by the content, I was challenged by other people, which I found, that's the nature of sport, right, and competition, and it drives us to be better, right, to better ourselves in what we do. In Denmark and in your work, how do you, how have you brought parents up to speed? Are there resources available? Is there research that is, worth referring to and leaning on? Or, how is that gap being, how is that disparity being bridged?
So as a researcher, that's not really my role to bring people up to speed in that way, right? I get to sit in my ivory tower and just
watch.
But there are in Denmark esports clubs that are actively trying to bridge that gap and to have conferences where researchers can talk about the benefits of playing video games and the benefits of actually playing in a structured environment, as Dan was talking about. Because one thing is to play in your bedroom alone with all the other kids, where sometimes maybe you have a Lord of the Flies situation going on, and then actually playing in a structured environment in school where you have a coach who has that authority and status with the kids to be able to talk about how you do esports and video games in a way that doesn't break you down, right? Because you're lacking sleep and all that stuff.
Great. Thanks so much, Dr. Rene. I guess the real question is more research needs to be done, right? We need to really look at this and start drawing these pictures and letting parents see that research and understanding, and the kind of work that Daniel and Duan are up to helps do that by making the activity so pervasive. So Vivian, you've been competing throughout your high school life. How have you found, we talk about, we've got TOs with Duan and Daniel talking about how the difference between kids, as Daniel said, at home and in the classroom and so on. How have you found, on two fronts, I'll start with this one first, but how have you found balancing your schooling obligations with developing your career in CSGO?
I can't say I've been balancing it as much as I would have liked. Essentially, it's been difficult trying to grow both academically and career-wise throughout having to sacrifice some aspects of both sides. There's just simply not enough time for me to develop in both areas to the best extent. So inevitably, one is sacrificed so naturally as my studies, because that's just I was more interested in gaming. Other people in esports would have managed their time better than I did, and in doing so, they would have progressed further. But at the time, I guess I knew what I was doing, what I wanted to prioritize, and so my studies did suffer a bit. But also, especially when traveling, I do get my studies emailed to me to complete for that certain time frame where I was overseas. However, getting it completed was just not possible. We were just insanely busy with things such as like media and tournament prep and actually playing the event itself. And eventually that did leave some gaps in my studies, but it's all right.
It's nothing too dissimilar to what a aspiring athlete would go through. So I do encourage you in that, because when I was in athletics, I remember traveling off to do like the 2-week, training camps and so on. And I was just like, you just can't do school at the same time. You just can't. Plus, you're having such a good time with all these interesting people and you're sharing your common passion that you want to talk to them and not open a book. So on that, how would you describe the impact of esports on, and I don't know how to frame it correctly, but I'm going to use 3 words: growth, learning, or life. How has it impacted you?
It's definitely changed my life, and obviously I'm really grateful for it, despite the sacrifices I've made for it. It's changed how I view things and even learnt a lot about myself. I think that's the biggest thing I've gained from esports, and all within 2 years. And without this growth, I'm sure I would have turned out to be a completely different person. So I guess if I had to describe it in one word, it would be, I think the obvious answer is that it's life-changing.
And that is actually what it is, right? Because you've been able to travel overseas. How many teenagers are going to be able to say they did that because of gaming, right?
Yeah.
And in all, hand on my heart, as an individual player, if your profile rises, there's such a direct path to e-celebritism, with YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, and so on, all at your fingertips, that maybe you'll look back and say it was the right choice to make. Doesn't mean sacrifice your studies. Always have a second life ready to go.
Yeah. Always have a backup.
Absolutely. Okay, so I'm going to jump back then to what Daniel brought up earlier on, because I think this is really important way of looking at it, right? Because and I think you hit the nail on the head by just refining it to a very short statement. The difference between play in the home and play in the class, right? And I think of people like Vivian. I think of when I played. I think of all these high school students, and I think, and often, most parents come with that problem in their hand. Oh, my child's addicted to the game. They play too much. And we can't. And then we come to the table saying, oh, but there's learning outcomes, there's positives, and so on. And they've got to meet somewhere, right? And so, Daniel, do you want to sort of expand on what you mean by the difference of play at home and the difference of play at school?
Well, I guess the biggest difference is structure and time constraints. Obviously, at home, my kids are playing now, and they're kind of self-regulating. And that's kind of what happens at home. Sometimes it's done poorly, sometimes it's done well. But the difference at school is, as teachers, we have a duty of care to ensure student safety is upheld and that students abide to certain aspects of rules and regulations that we have for them. So it's highly structured. And that's the major difference. There are time limits. There is behavioral expectations. Our organization has really strict policies in regards to what we will and won't tolerate. We treat it just like any other sport. Yellow cards, red cards, verbal warnings, the works. And that's articulated to students, to parents, and to teachers, so that they understand that when they're participating in a structured organization, there are ways in which they should behave. Often that's not mirrored at home. So the parents are seeing the worst side of their students or their kids playing, unsupervised or potentially rage quitting or having some choice language being shared between colleagues, friends. That stuff just can't happen in schools. And that's where the coaches really step in. And that's where we step in as an organization and say, this is not ethical, this is not professional, and this won't be tolerated in a structured environment.
And structured environment is the key word there, right?
And supervised.
Yeah. I mean, that's player code of conduct. There's educational outcomes. There's sort of guidance around player behavior and their development, right? So, I think this goes to the next question then, and this is for the whole panel now, and I'll get Dr. Rune to kick off for this one. So, esports is truly global, right? And this is why we're seeing it coming into our schools all over the world. So what are some of the important resources that would help improve esports in the education space, or important initiatives? Now, Dr. Rune, I think I'd love to hear your 5 cents on that as a researcher, as opposed to somebody who operates a league or somebody who plays.
So I think right now in a lot of educational settings, esports is used as a carrot, right? Like if you show up and do well, you get to play video games, and I think maybe what's happening less is actually foregrounding the positive effects or the learning outcomes that are a part of esports, right? And to treat it as not just something that you get to do if you behave well and show up, but actually to integrate it into the learning plans that teachers develop for their kids.
Absolutely, and I think we don't see enough of that, right? So, in terms of thinking of resources that would help improve esports in the education space, Dan, you were a teacher, and now you're a TO. So, what would you like to see in the space?
I guess access is a really big resource that needs to be improved. Especially things like access to online abilities. Certain Department of Educations just have a blanket ban on online gaming, and schools either have to go rogue and work around it or just not participate. And there's inequity there because a lot of larger independent schools don't have those barriers. A lot of larger Catholic schools don't have those barriers, but generally a lot of government schools do. So understanding that esports is highly positive and is really about accessibility for everyone and giving everyone an opportunity. Having access is a large resource that is something that we'd like to change.
Great. Yep. And that's also that legitimacy piece that Dwan might be benefiting from in New Zealand, right? Where now it is a sport. So that those arguments start to fall away. Dwan, what about from your perspective?
Yeah, I mean, that's the legitimacy piece that you talked about, right? And to be, to your point, Dan, is, there has to be, I guess, accessibility for all access, all schools, no matter what the school is. I totally agree with you about, having the framework and the structure. What we see and I keep referring to sport just because they have the, I guess, traditional frameworks that are important. So if you think about, like, I'm going to use rugby, which is obviously a Kiwi thing to talk about, right? But you think about what happens is primarily the regional body talks back up to New Zealand Rugby, and New Zealand Rugby, kind of implement the framework down. So that's really where that NZESF NSO piece is really important, because we get that same structure. We now can work with the regional body, and I'm talking about North Harbour Sport, Canterbury Sport, and we're able to just push that down the ladder. And so that's, I guess, the bit for us is we now are able to implement proper framework, which is uniformed, rather than sort of you working really hard over there, Dan, in the past, us working over here. There is sort of a framed out, but that is longevity. And then we have one national championship, which we announced this year, which is much like all other sports, kind of going, that's the pinnacle of our country, much like rugby, the Rugby High School Championship, and you become the true national champion of New Zealand like you would in all your other sports. So that's kind of what we're seeing, the legitimacy and how the framework works for us.
Great.
And then we can have an Anzac battle.
Vivian, from your perspective, what are some of the resources you could see or desire?
I think courses around esports would be great. I think that I've heard there are academies in Denmark who educate students about esports with government backing. Here in Australia, it's not as common, but I think in today's generation, a lot more kids are aware of esports. So maybe in the future, they will get some access to more backing from the government. But I also think schools should just implement more programs and tournaments throughout the year, so kids can just come and play like a club almost. Alongside this, students can be taught about the more intricate skills within esports, like knowing how to spot areas of concern in a contract, for example, or know when they're being exploited. I think skills like these are very important to know at a young age.
Yeah, absolutely. And that also goes to what Dan mentioned around the online frontier. You got a contract, right? And that sounds scary. A teenager being offered a contract by, some entity out there to go overseas, right? These skills are really important, and they're real world. You're going to need them as you get older. So I'm going to go to some of the questions now. Let's move into the Q&A just because time's moving forward, and I want to get at some of these really cool questions. So first question, how do you manage the very same gender and play segregation issues we see on the playground in sports? The boys versus girls, birds of a feather, within esports in a primary or high school environment. So let's answer that, Daniel, if you don't mind.
Yeah, so one of the biggest driving forces for the Fuse Cup are our values, and one of our values is inclusion. In fact, all of our gameplay, whether it's online or face-to-face, is based on our core values. So inclusion is a massive part of what we talk to students about and schools. This year in particular, we've realized that one of the games we have chosen, we've had zero female participation, just none. So that's no longer a game for us next year. We choose something else. And we survey the students and find out, well, what are girls like? What are boys like? What does everyone like? And then where can we find games that are competitive, games that we can structure competitions around that really promote that understanding of inclusion so everyone can participate.
Great. I don't know if you have anything to add there, Dwan, from your experience in the high school league.
Look, for us, it's all about, I think my general statement would be that the great thing about esports versus sports, having been around traditional and normal, is there's such a large female player base, right? And we've just got to amplify that opportunity. And for me personally, I think both having a daughter and being pro it is, I feel that esports is one of the ones where we have the ability to have large catchments of females enter into the space more so than some of the other physical barrier sports that just limit a lot of players. So I think I reflect all the same points as Dan primarily, but I just want to make that point that I think that we have a better opportunity in this sector to be able to really champion that movement more so than any of the other sports that I see. I think everyone on this panel and everyone that's listening should really that have the opportunity to champion that more.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. Okay, so moving on to something that's right up your alley, Dawn. Question from Emma Wachowski. Sport or not, what has the Sports NSO framework brought to New Zealand esports? What are the big changes?
Look, I mean, it will be a long process, like I said, but what it really does is actually opens up funding opportunities for all of the regional bodies or anyone that wants to run esports tournaments, right? That's the first thing that can happen. So that's number one, and that's going to be important where people can literally go out and go, we are running X tournament, and the local bodies or the local trust can fund that. So that's important, right? Like funding is always one of the major issues that we see in esports, right? If you're a community group, you're scraping to try to find the money, or it's a pursuit of love. That's going to change rapidly because now it's a real thing. I also think uniformity is going to be a really important thing. Like the NZSF doesn't want to run all the bits, right? You want to make sure the community is enabled to do what they want to do. But what's important to Dan's bit is you don't want to make sure that someone like, there's a group running something down in X part of the country and over in Y, someone else is giving them a good job like Dan because it's all together. So in other words, it's mixed messages across. The NZSF now has the ability through Sport New Zealand, through High School Sport New Zealand to talk about a singular message. So I always liken it to, if you didn't know how to really play rugby and you're new to it, you need some framework and learnings on how to tackle, or you need to know what's right and what's wrong, how to defend. Now, sports groups would come and teach you that. And so for us, it's about giving that education stuff that can sprinkle down and then actually putting it in what I call the ventricle to pump across every school. So every school in New Zealand has access to that kind of education on what the right way to run things versus the wrong and all the bits we've talked about today.
Great. Okay. I'm going to go through three more questions, just because we're over time a little bit and we're close to finishing up. So I just want to quick point of view. This comes from Natalie Broom for the panel. How do we break down those educational barriers with parents and/or the non-embracing gamer generation who have a predetermined bias about what gaming and esports is? The gamer in the basement and that kind of thing, right? And I think Vivian, from your perspective on that one, if you don't mind, being as you're sort of living in those shoes right now.
Yeah. I think letting your kids just play with other people and letting them learn for themselves is the best answer, because parents can't really change that for them. But it's really hard. I think it's really hard to change that stereotype, the game in the basement thing, without showing the best aspects of esports first.
So demonstration.
I don't have,
yeah, absolutely.
I don't have the best answer for that, but it is difficult.
It's that whole idea of come see and touch it.
Yeah.
And then it'll change your mind, right? Okay, so I want to move through to another question, which I think is really, really relevant to the panel, right? So if, and this comes from Tangers, if schools want to expand to hosting local events and joining competitions, with schools in their area or in the region, where should people start? What are the obstacles? But also, where should people start?
That's really simple, Tangers. Get them to join the Fuse Cup, mate. Now, look, it's great. Having schools and having people want to take those initiatives and run their own tournaments is fantastic. But understanding, the structures involved, how you're going to go about promoting that, what are the safety concerns, public liability insurance. There's a whole bunch of different things that schools need to be aware of. But it's great that it's becoming more and more popular and that more and more schools are interested in that. Definitely, I know a lot of schools are running internal competitions as ways of finding out, who their representative team's going to be. That's a really good starting point. But then it's about, okay, well, how do we do this at a larger scale? How do we involve more people? And it really is how we're going to structure this environment so that it is safe and that promotes the best educational outcomes for all students.
Great. I think just anecdotally of that, Vivian, how did you discover your team and how did you get into competition? Because you obviously didn't, your school wasn't running it. You didn't come through that way. So you did it on your own, right?
Yeah. So it started maybe the start of high school. I was just playing casually with my friends, and I just kept playing. I was every time I got home, I was just playing, and then obviously there's we have Face It and AESA that we like play in, and Australia's a small, like in CS:GO especially, it's a very small community, so everyone kind of gets to know each other. Everyone is aware of each other, so I guess eventually my name did get passed around while I was playing. So that's how I ended up playing, getting scouted pretty much for the team I played with. But I want to follow on with Daniel. There was an issue about schools and especially my school. I tried to pitch an idea to my school about implementing esport tournaments into it. However, it was turned down because I think there's a stigma behind violent video games, and this really, I guess I was really bitter about this and so I pondered why, and I think it was because the games presented at the time were CS:GO, League of Legends, and Rocket League, and so this program is held by a company called Flak Test. I did try to pitch it to them a few years ago, and I guess the violence in these video games are understandable. It just bothered me that the competitive aspect wasn't being focused on, and rather the games, but rather the games. So this opportunity was turned down for the sake of students, and so I guess I would really love this stigma of violent video games to just be gone, because esports has so much to offer, like significant values such as like leadership, commitment, responsibility, and there's so much more involved in esports could be learnt instead.
Yeah, I think just picking up from what Vivian's saying, players get it, right? They're living it, and they're gaining this knowledge. How do we get that education system to pick that up, and parents and teachers, right? And that sort of has been a bit of a theme of this conversation, that disparity between the two. Daniel, your thoughts?
Oh, look, it's I guess the type of video game. I mean, as someone who games, we understand the value and the positive aspects of what esports can bring socially, emotionally, educationally. But those who don't, once they see violent video gaming, they instantly go, whoa, this is this justifies my position as to what we shouldn't be doing. So especially within a school environment, there's also questions around, well, should students be participating while they're representing their school in activities that we don't associate with at school? And these are legitimate concerns that schools have. So it's a really tough one, because I understand the educational values you could easily argue they're still there. However, it's a really tough sell to people who don't get it.
So Darren, can I make a
go for it,
point? So we started off in League of Legends, right? As we talked about, fantastic game because it's free. We kind of felt that every school in the country would have access to that particular video game because they can work on library PCs, right? So, and that's been proven to be the case, and now it's been championed, with Woody and the guys over there, and obviously we've got a great group running that particular league over here in New Zealand. So that's great. That's continued on. And this is really, I can talk directly to this, to your point about CS:GO, is as a federation, when we came out and announced, because we are the federation, we're the recognised body, I felt that, and as me championing on the board saying, for our nationals, we're going to have to pick some games. And when we come out with our first instance of video games, to all the points that Vivian's mentioning, I wanted to make sure we had a shooter. I wanted to make sure we had a sports sim, which would align, and I wanted to have a MOBA. Of course, the Waikato team are doing the League of Legends, so we did Dota. We did Rocket League because that was most natural crossover, and we did CS:GO as one of our first titles ever in our inaugural nationals, right, which we announced. The reason I did that was for all the reasons Vivian said. What I didn't want to do, I felt, as a national body, was to bend, and you can imagine it was quite heated debate like we would here if you're thinking about it, going no, yes, no, yes. But I was so strong on it because I felt that, Vivian's point, if it's not proven to be a thing, and remember, this is someone who had we've had serious ramifications down there in Christchurch. I pulled off my commercial stuff off television out of my own initiative because I felt I didn't want to, put any more harm to those people. But certainly from a high school perspective and the growth of it, I felt the only way to change stereotype is to do it. And I was ready for all the media that would backlash that would come with that. And we had some of that, as you can expect. But I still stand fast to that the only way you can grow that kind of normality, break down the stereotypes, is to champion each of the single sectors of genre, and CSGO is one of those. And so, I mean, that's just my personal, practice what you preach. And to Vivian's point, I feel that that's the right way in our country to promote the growth of a particular title and particular genre. And that's the only way to do it. But we have that power, I think, from a federation and a recognition point of view. And I may have been a bit more scared to do that a couple of years ago.
Yeah. I think it's such a big topic, and it's almost like it needs its own panel, this whole idea of, violent video games and so on, because there's a reason why people play them. I don't think it's because people are violent. I don't think people will be violent from playing them and so on. And there's absolutely no evidence that supports any of those, that could happen. So, but it's something that scratches an itch in our human interest. Why is Call of Duty such a big game? Halo such a big game? Valorant such a big game? All these games that have some form of shooting. They clearly are doing something to the human psyche that we want to play them. But most people are good people. In my point of view, and it's not natural for us to be violent and so on. So I want to move forward because we're just about to wrap up, and I don't know if Dr. Runo, you have any comments on that particular topic.
Maybe just to chime in and say that the researchers that have been claiming that video games cause school shooting are, of course, still out there doing that same research and putting that out there. But it seems to me that they get less and less traction. And they are now more and more starting to sound like the claims that, comic books or hip hop music lyrics or television made you violent, right? So I do think that the research is still out there claiming that games make you violent, but we're seeing a lot of pushback and a lot of research showing that they absolutely do not make you more violent, right? And just the world is just showing us as consumption of violent video games increases, violence in societies decrease, and so it becomes more and more untenable to claim that they do have a significant impact.
Great. All right, well, thank you, everybody. We've gone over the 5 o'clock mark. Thank you so much, everyone, for participating. This has been such a fascinating panel, and I can't wait to see how this space develops more. I think the next frontier of esports is actually in schools and high schools, and to see that layer sophisticate and the structure build, because it's really one of the first places a player could find structured competition on their career path. And we're going to find a lot more talented people out there and also guide our youth as they wrestle with gaming and esports as well. So for me, it's such a special place. Thank you, everybody. A big round of applause to Vivian Bibian, Dwan Mutu from the New Zealand Esports Federation Let's Play Live, to Daniel Martinez. I'm sorry.
All good. It's been a long day.
You have to say it to me one day, and I'll pick it up like that. But from Fuse Cup, and also a former primary school teacher. And to the wonderful Dr. Rune Christian, who's dialed in all the way from Denmark to share his insights with us, and we're so grateful for that. Hopefully, you get a bit of a sleep in before your youngsters wake up. Catch up on that. So once again, thank you, everybody. We'll move to a short break, and then we'll have some final comments and messages as we sign off, and hopefully, we'll see you all for the next webinar that comes in 2021.
Awesome. Thanks so much. Great day today. Thanks for all the organisation.
at aesa.org.au, or check out our website, aesa.org.au, to find out how you get in touch with us. We are a volunteer organisation. We have a wonderful new board that you can find under the About section. Some of the new members include Gabrielle Ben. We have John Watts. We also have Garth from Goatee Entertainment, and more. So go check it out. So my brain is starting to fog up and run out of energy. So once again, we're looking to carry this on into 2021. We're going to host a few more of these every quarter. We also are going to organise in-person summits where we can actually meet and greet, now that we've done a great job here in Australia and kicked COVID's butt as things open up. So look forward to meeting more and more of this vibrant community that we live in, and this booming industry that I am so grateful to be able to participate in. And please, I encourage you, the most important thing for Australian esports, and we have had some aspects of the year which were tough. We saw the closure of the OPL. We've seen some teams close their doors, but we've also seen some booming successes, like with the Fuse Cup. What's really important, at the core of it, esports is driven by media. We're driven by engagement. We're driven by participation. We're driven by our fans and our followers. So if there's anything you take away from this that I could leave as the seed that I plant within you, go and support the teams, the tournament operators of all kinds that are operating out of our region. Like, share, hop into their content, comment on their tweets, engage with their stuff, help drive them and the energy they're putting in by interacting, because it's absolutely important. I don't see favorites in this space. I think if you love one aspect of esports, love it all, because the more everyone that grows and the whole thing that grows, we're going to see a much more vibrant, healthy, sustainable industry, because we at the AESA truly are here to try and support, build, and enable healthy and sustainable participation in esports. Because for me, esports is meant to be here forever and a day, and not shut its or turn off the lights, right? We want to see this grow, and we want to see people perform better and have a great time and a rewarding time when they participate in esports, right? So thank you all again. Once again, I've been Darren Kwan, President of the Australian Esports Association. This has been the Esports Australia Summit 2020. Thank you all for participating. I really, really appreciate it, and see you next time.